Zion. I was lost, but now I'm found.
Shalom.
I'm a child of Israel. I heard the sound. Hear the sound. Please give me the strength to stand today. With my eyes towards the east, show me the way to Zion. I'm on my knees, laying my life on the line. I'm begging, please don't let me fall. Give me the strength. Place my feet, Lord, guide my path. Show me the way to Zion. I opened up the book and see that the apple of your eye included me. And through the tribulation, I know I must stand for a new heaven, a new earth. Show me the way to Zion. I'm on my knees, laying my life on the line. I'm begging, please don't let me fall. Give me the strength. Place my feet, guide my path. Show me the way to Zion. I feel the Spirit calling me, drawing me back home. Oh, it's happened with my family. I know it won't be long. One day you're gonna look for me, and I'll be gone home. Yeah, Israel is calling us back home to Zion. I'm on my knees. I lay down my life. I'm begging, please don't let me fall. Give me the strength. Give me the strength. Place my feet, guide my path. Show me the way to Zion. I'm on my knees, laying my life on the line. I'm begging,
Hit the like as you come through.
please don't let me fall. Give me the strength. Place my feet, guide my path. Show me the way to Zion.
Let's hit the Lord's Prayer, and then after that, we'll jump right in. The Lord's Prayer, hit the like button as you come through.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom,
Hit the
And
like
the
button as you
power.
come in, please.
and the glory, forever. Amen. Abba Noah, Shabbat Shemaya, Kodash Haya Shemka Ahaya, Malawavka Taba'a, Ratazawanka Haya Asha, Ba'arataza Kawa, Haya Bashemaya, the thunder Noah, the Kham Kau Yawam, Wasalak Noah, Kawawaf Noah, Hasalak Noah, Kawawaf Noah, Wala'a, Kabayak Noah, Anasaya one above, Awashai Noah, Manrai Kayalaka, Hamalakwa Waha Allah, Ahatha Ara, La Iwalamya, Man.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church. Let me make sure you can all hear us clearly before the broadcast begin. Okay, is our volume at a good point? Is the volume good before we dive in? Because once we dive in, it's not going backward. We're going to jump right into this lesson today. So let's just make sure. I just want to know that the volume is good for you all. Yes? Let me know if it's good. I'm just talking at my normal volume, the normal decibel, to make sure that you can all hear us clearly. Yes? It's all good, all clear. Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay, great. All praises be to the Most High. We're the Gathering of Christ Church. I'm Elder Ricard Shaw, along with Elder Lawyer, here with our weekly Sabbath broadcast. Okay. Now, I appreciate it. Y'all don't have to, don't have to say yes. It's okay. I got it now. It's good. Thank you if you've done so. It's good to see you all. Bless you. A lot of familiar faces here this Sabbath. We thank you for all your support. A lot of familiar faces out there. I see Tisha. I see Ayala. I see Amak. Of course, we have Elder Dell. Ahia's child, Fairwin. I see Alia. I see a lot of familiar faces this Sabbath. And thank you for all your support with the church, for the church. And I hope this particular lesson adds to your spiritual acumen with understanding the God of Israel, who sent our Christ, Yeshua, the Lord and Savior for our sins. I hope these classes that we do on a weekly basis adds to your faith, adds to your understanding of this book, okay? Now, jumping right in, the only reason I want to put this out there that I say usually when I come on during these broadcasts, the only reason I say hit the like button or the unlike button, okay, is because our particular web page, our YouTube page, is under a shadow ban where our lessons and when we come on isn't suggested for the normal population who would regularly look at YouTube. Mainstream have taken precedent once Google purchased YouTube. It wasn't like that at one point. Okay, so we're under a shadow ban. So I'm not saying hit the like button because I don't care whether or not someone like or dislike it. I care more so that more people get an opportunity to hear it. Okay, so that drives the algorithm to a suggestion parameter that will now seek out other people who may not have known about the church to actually hear what we have to say for a couple of minutes. That's all that's about. And I wanted to make that clear, okay? Someone said the volume is a bit low. Let me see if I can fix that. All right. Someone said the volume is oh, okay, let me see if I can fix it. One moment, because I'd rather fix it now before the lesson begin. One moment. I'll try it. Let's see. All right, one moment. Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, all right, that's, yeah, that's a lot better, yeah. Okay, I think we fixed the issue, don't worry about it. Thank you for giving us the tip. So the volume is pretty good right now. There should be no issue, okay? Again, the only reason that we say hit the like or unlike button is because Google, once Google purchased YouTube, they were able to put all the content that they disagree with or don't want others to see under a shadow ban, where you must determine, the audience, on whether or not it's good for viewing. Okay, so whether you hit the like or dislike button, it doesn't matter. Hit the dislike button if you want. I don't care about likes. I care more so about that, the fact that now our channels like ours, like yours, like this right here, isn't getting the normal or fair treatment opposed to mainstream when it comes to suggesting views, suggesting on the main channel of YouTube. They did that on purpose so that mainstream, who was losing viewership, takes precedent. Okay, so y'all understand that? So I wanted to put that out there. Okay, this drives the traffic through algorithm to the channel to hear the Lord's words, to hear the Most High's words. Okay. Now, today we're going into, and as you can see on your screen, the power in God's name. Okay, we're going to talk about the power in God's name today, because this is how we overcome the ills of the world, physical or spiritual. Okay, and we're going to talk about this according to the Bible, having faith and using God's name with that faith to overcome the ills of the world, physical or spiritual. Now, the reason I'm going here today, and I'm glad we're going into this particular topic, because there is a lot of misinformation out there, brothers and sisters, concerning God's name, on whether or not it has any relevance, right? And you would have others out there who would make claims and say, well, it doesn't matter the name of God. It's the same God over all religions. So it's still the same God at the apex of it all, at the helm of it all. So I'll just call him whichever God it is, based on the religion I'm under or serve, right? So we claim that the name of God is subjective. It really doesn't matter. So we're going to clear that up too. Okay. The power in God's name. Okay. If there wasn't power in the name of the Creator, then when one become a Muslim, they wouldn't call their God Allah. Okay. When one become a Christian, they wouldn't say, well, I'm going to pray in the name of Jesus. It must have some relevance. Okay. At least at the minimum, the relevance we give to it by acknowledging it. at the minimum, right? So we're going to talk about the power in God's name, how the prophets, the teachers, the Hebrews, how we were in that connection with that God for assistance, for power, for help. And I'm saying this so that now our people can begin to tap in to that power, that same power that's within you, that's within us, that has been suppressed. Okay? We're not dealing with African spirituality and the gods that come from that, the Yoruba gods and goddesses, because that's no different than the pagan gods and goddesses the Europeans serve. Okay? We're going into the power of the name of God, the God of the Hebrews today. That's going to be the first section that I actually touch on when it comes to topics today. The second topic that I'm going to touch on, okay? The second topic I'm going to touch on is the rude awakening that's happening for women. A rude awakening. And why am I going here? Okay. There was something learned traveling into other countries, being able to see how other countries have thrived for thousands of years and sustained themselves even unto our present time. And examining those societies compared to our society, which pales in comparison, which, don't forget, the society we live in has only been like this for a couple of hundred years. And with the uptick of what you would call technology, we've been only living in this technological age for about 15, 20 years. Going into the old world, Elder Lawyer, going into Egypt, the Middle East, the old world around the Mediterranean, we learned something, and I really learned something. There's a difference in people. Let me go there so that no one can say, because when you say women, automatically a defense comes up. Okay? Oh, are we being attacked? No, you're not being attacked. The rude awakening is happening whether you accept it or not. By going over into the Middle East, I was able to see how their society has thrived throughout all the ages, and how their society will survive and still be intact after the fall of Babylon. And it's the ideology and the mindset that have happened over here that's destructive. That's very destructive. One thing about living over the Middle East, and they will try to make you believe that the women are being oppressed. No. The line between men and women isn't crossed. There is no cross-intersectional misunderstanding to what a man is and what a woman is. A man's place and a woman's place. And they understand, in order for their civilization and their prodigy and their genealogy to continue, those two components must thrive in its power, not adverse one against the other. A woman knows her place, and it's not because she's being oppressed or abused. Okay? She understands her place. And with her place, it allows her man to be something she don't have to complain about. All right? It doesn't happen over here. And it happened to us, predominantly targeted at us in slavery, where the slave master took special attention to the black woman for a specific reason, to suppress and to teach oppressive ideology that would stop our society from overrunning theirs. And guess what? A rude awakening is going on. Let me go into it. And I'm going to talk about that at the end of this. A sister called my phone yesterday. As I'm driving, I answer calls for baptism or whatever the case might be. And you know what? After the phone call was over, I pulled over to the road and I prayed for the sister. Okay. Someone called with an unknown number, and I hope the sister is listening today because I don't have any issues. And she just started ranting on and on and on and on about things concerning what we teach and what she's against. And all these things she was saying. And guess what? The only thing I said is, hello, the Gathering of Christ Church. I'm here to help you. How can I help you? And she just went off for about 2-3 minutes straight. A sister. And I'm gonna get there. Just work with me. I'm gonna show you to where I'm going here. Oh, the name of the Most High. His name is Yahuwah, Yeshua. The Most High God rebuke you. You're off. Y'all this, y'all that. Da 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 da. And I'm just listening to it. And then she was saying, aren't you going to say anything? I didn't say anything. She hung up. Another unknown number comes. Same sister ranting and raving. The academy. Oh my God. Y'all charging people for the academy. Da 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 da. And this, that, and the other. Da 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 da. And this, we rebuke you. And this, and then she hung up. A sister. And aren't you going to say something? I didn't say anything. She hung up. And then she called back, breathing real hard. Why do you have to have a bodyguard everywhere you go? And you podcast, and sometimes you're not in front of a congregation. Da 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 da. And she started ramping and raving. Aren't you going to say something? No. She hung up. And then after that, no more calls. 3 or 4 calls in a row. And I hope the sisters, obviously the sister listen or look at our broadcast. And I hope she's here today. Sister, I'm not your enemy. The only reason I didn't respond back to you and give you an answer, because Christ teaches us that we're not to render evil for evil. I can't respond to all that aggression when the only thing we're doing is what? Waking up our people, doing as much as we can with what the Most High gave us to free the minds of our people. But there's a rude awakening because we don't have to argue back anymore. Okay? You are a product of the system who feel that it's okay to go against your men. Other nations know that when you go against your own man, that's the end of your race. That's the end of your future. And this is what, even if you disagree, and it's only our people who can operate like that, publicly berate men of God, publicly or try to feel that you need to go against us. And 9 times out of 10, and it's a shame, we're at the end of it, that's why she's probably alone. You don't realize we didn't do this to you. We're doing what the Most High gave us to do. He revealed the name to us. And whether anyone wants to accept it or not, we can't change that. He said his name is Ahia. And we're not going to change because you disagree. We're going to do what the Most High have called us to do. And I'm going to deal with that piece next. A rude awakening. I'm going to deal with that. It has gotten to a point where you will see stuff like this in America. And you're not going to see this in Egypt. You're not going to see this in the United Emirates. You're not going to see this in other traditional countries that will stand after the fall of America. Stuff like this. And I'm going to read this real quick. And I'm dealing with it today. I'm going to read this real quick. right? Let me blow it up here so I can see it here. It says, when I tell you the Vaccination for Black Doctors Consortium, they done made up a name, a BDCC. They just created some garbage. Was nothing short of amazing. At 12 a.m., the BDCC vaccinated 2,000 people. Stay tuned for the final count. We've been going strong for almost a year and we're not done yet. What the Hades is the Black Doctors Consortium? And who are these women representing Black people? See, this is what happens, folks. When you can overrun and think that you can go against men, your men, they'll put you in place to where you'll actually put down your own people. And guess what? You're going to go right along with it because it gives you a little notoriety, that thinking that you can do it too. That now I'm being recognized, not realizing that you're euthanizing and killing your own grandmothers, your own grandfathers. This is what happens. When a people, that's right, when women become weaponized against their own race, it doesn't just stop with them going against their men. There's a rude awakening. And I'm going to be going into that. I'm going to be talking about that at the end of this broadcast. Because if this COVID program didn't teach you anything, that was just a test. You can drive men away. The only man who will be there in the front to protect you if you want. But when the next thing go around, there'll be no one to actually protect you. You feel you can berate or come against a man with your mouth and think that you can do the same thing as men and attack men? Guess what? The man you don't need won't be there. And the powers that be, the Chinese army, the Russian army, at that point when they start rolling over you, the Iranian army, you're going to realize how important a man was then. A rude awakening is here where men aren't going for it no more. We're not allowing what was weaponized to control us anymore. And submission is required. Non-negotiable. And you don't set the terms of submission. God does. God does. When it comes to the other nations, they don't have this problem. God sets the parameters. If you listen to God, you live. You go against the image of God, which is man, you die. That woman-led stuff, that feminist stuff, it only worked to a certain degree, but now it's working against you. And the only thing we're saying is, listen, we have always been who we were. We've never had a problem against you. But the expectations have been placed there. These unrealistic expectations in feminism has actually driven men away from our own sisters. And we've always loved our sisters. The other nations, and people can't tell me this is with all races of people in every civilization, because I've been all around the world, and it's nothing like the madness I see here. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to go into it according to God. And you know why I didn't argue back yesterday? Because there's nothing to argue. It's obviously the woman had time to do all this. Because what? There was no man present. And I feel for her. Not realizing that her attitude and how she can just go off against people based on her disagreement and what she don't agree with is why there's no man present for her to represent and speak for her. If she had a disagreement with them and her man was there, her man would be talking to another man like it used to be. But women have got to a point where they think they can talk to us like their girlfriends. Doesn't work that way. You find a girlfriend to talk like that. Men are different. So I wanted to put that out there. Y'all don't realize that. The news and media have told you we're the same, and you're fighting against nature. Man will never become anything different than what we are. And you've been programmed to hate it. So I'm going to be talking about that at the second piece, according to the word. Let's go now. Let's go. The first piece. Power in the name of the Most High. There are many names for the Most High given by man, but only one given by the Most High. If there's only one, then why is there confusion in the earth? If we all just called on one God and followed one law, wouldn't we all, as a world, wouldn't this be a better world? If we all had one God with one set of rules, wouldn't that make for a simpler, righteous world? You're going to find out today that there are many paths, as they claim. They're claiming that there are many paths to God, but the question is, what God? I've heard Steve Harvey say it. I've heard Oprah mention this. People like Tyler Perry claim that, yeah, there's many paths to God. That's a lie. That's a lie. Why? Because the Bible tells us that the Most High God is not the author of confusion. Psalms 96, Elder Lawyer. Those who search for the light will fight through the darkness until they find it. Those who seek darkness will never seek light until they find it. Those who see darkness will never see light in fear of there being no more darkness in which to hide. The doctrine that Christ have taught us that's seldom taught in Christian churches is that light is that light. And with that light came a name to cast out darkness. Now, for those who don't understand, on the left-hand side, when it comes to the worships within paganism, their priests and priestesses, their sorcerers and witches deal with things a little different. They deal with what? Casting out demons and healing through the spirit of invocation. Invocation, brothers and sisters, is the act of invoking a God or a spirit unseen to help with something seen. Right? That's what invoking is. Spiritual help for this, spiritual help for that. Spiritual help to fight this, spiritual help to fight that. This is how the pagans do it. But the pagans, they deal with what? Aneology, which is the worships of different gods and invoking different angels to help them with specific issues. Now, where did that whole concept come from? Keep in mind, you have to understand that in the beginning, as the days of Noah, there were fallen ones who came to the earth, and in order for these people to be helped, they had to do what? Invoke certain names so that that god or goddess or whichever could help them with things outside of the line of the righteous, outside of the line of Shem, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. There was no need for us to use idolatry and invoke different gods, because we had the God of all gods, the creator who created the angels whom the pagans invoke. Listen to what we're showing you here. The God of this world is Satan. He has many names. Not the God of Israel, not the God who created all we see, not the God who sent his son Christ. To break it down in its simplest terms, the whole earth was of one language at one point, before the split at the Tower of Babel. And that language was Hebrew. The language crossed over, okay, all the way to Abraham. The languages were split during the Tower of Babel, the Tower of Peleg, which means in itself that what? Which means in itself what? If we're going to search for the name of God, we must know first that his name was in Hebrew. It wasn't in Aramaic, and this other stuff, or Aramaic, Hebrew, and Arabic. It was in the ancient Phoenician dialect of Hebrew. So there is no many names. At one point, all of Noah's sons knew the name that was given at that time, God Almighty, in Hebrew. It was only until Moses was tasked with what? Getting the information, getting the task to go into Egypt to free our people. It was only then that the Most High revealed his name to mankind in Hebrew, and that was Moses. He has one name, and his name isn't Yahweh. His name isn't Jehovah. And this is not taking a shot at people who do worship or believe in God, who is trying to do right and only understand that name. Not taking a shot at them. At one point, I believe the Tetragrammaton was the name of God, but the Tetragrammaton is Satan when you do the historical research on it. Okay? Now, I'm not going to go into the full teachings of the name of God and all those things today, because we have many videos out there. We're going to show you the power in his name. For those who don't know his name, let me allow him out of the book to tell you his name. Right? Let's go to Exodus 3.
Exodus chapter 3, verse number 13.
Come on.
And Moses said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name?
They shall say unto me, What is his name? Now, keep in mind, folks, when you do the research on the names, and I've done it already, Yah was a god already recognized as the moon god in Egypt. Yahweh was a god already recognized during that time by Esau the Shashu, the god of the Canaanites. At the same time Moses was actually getting this name, Esau already had Yahweh as the Shashu, and the Egyptians, under the Egyptian pantheon, Yah was one of the many pagan gods served. So that means Moses would have known his name as what? Yahweh or Yah, already being what? The Prince of Egypt. The Prince of Egypt, which means he was under the Egyptian house. He understood the priesthood of On, the worships of many gods. So obviously Moses is saying, well, when I go before Pharaoh, which one of these gods that he respects that I can show him is the God who have sent me, who has sent me. See? I'm breaking this down into historical context. At the simplest level. Now, if the true God was being worshipped as one of the gods of Egypt, the Most High would have told him and sent him, and he would have said, Pharaoh, this God that you've been serving out of all these gods is the one that sent me. It's Yah. It's Yahweh. See? But why did Moses ask him? Because the Egyptians were worshiping many gods. So when someone say the name of God doesn't matter, we all are worshiping the same gods, that's an ideology, a deception that's taught to mankind by Satan himself. Only Satan has many names, not God. Read, Elder Lawyer.
What is his name? What shall I say unto them? Verse 14.
Come on.
And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you.
I am have sent me unto you. That's clear. That's the answer to Moses' question. It's not a first person. It's not a second person. It's not a title. It's not any of the excuses people are putting out there not to acknowledge what God said. And that's what's wrong with us as a people. This is how you go into captivity to serve other nations. God make it clear and plain, and we always try to find another avenue, another place to be right outside of what he said. What's wrong with this just acknowledging who he said he is? Well, this is what people say because they're worshiping another God. Or no, well, this is what God means. Now men have come to the level to break down what God really means, what God thinks, when God makes himself plain. Oh, no, it doesn't mean what he's saying. He was just giving Moses a title. See? And when you do the research, even Esau will tell you in his historical research, when you go into Elder Lawyer teach Hebrew 101 in the Hebrew and Bible Academy, they began to inject the vowel sounds way later. And Esau even give you the history of when he began to use these certain dialects and to mix it to make modern Hebrew. So when you go to U sound and all these other sounds, the vowel sounds were injected in our modern time. And they're still pushed back with our people. His name, Christ's name isn't Yeshua. That's a lie. There was no U sounds at that time. God's name isn't Yehoshua. That's a lie. Okay? It's a lie. But it's okay. People will serve the God they serve. Israel has always done it this way. Hence the reason we're here in Babylon serving other nations. Read it again, Elder Lloyd.
Exodus chapter 3, verse 14. And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you.
I am have sent me unto you. And when you look in the modern Hebrew, they call him Ea. Asha Ea. But in the ancient Hebrew, here is his name for those who don't know it. He said it out of his own mouth. He didn't mix words. Ahaya. Ahaya is his name. It sounds like something like that the North American Indians would have said, that the ancient Gadites here on the land. Ahaya, that's his name. The strongest force in the universe. Ahaya, that's who he is. The Most High. Ahaya, that's his name. And even under the pagan pantheon of them worshiping other gods, when it comes to invocation and all that stuff, our God take precedent. Where they cannot curse you, they cannot send any forces against you. When you use the name of God, Ahaya, that God is above any God the pagans serve, including the white man. Including the white man's lesser gods. Read it.
Verse 15. And God said, moreover, unto Moses, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, The Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me unto you.
Have sent me unto you. Read.
This is my name forever.
Oh, this is my name for how long?
This is my name forever.
So the Most High told Moses that day, in case you would like to change it, that the name I've just given you is my name forever. Is there another argument here? Someone will go to Psalms and say, well, it says Yah there. That was injected. The context of the scripture is correct, but they injected the name of their God. Okay? When you see Jehovah, that was injected because there was no such letters as J's. Okay? So Jehovah isn't his name. That's another English word for the tetragrammaton Yahweh. Who is who? The Lord of mischief, the Lord of this world, the Lord of wickedness, the God that's over the state of Israel till this day. It's the Jewish name of God, not the Israelites' name of God. This is his name forever. You got it? So it's easy once you know the name to be able to go into the Bible and see where when Esau got our records, began to inject the name of his God in certain places. The context of the scriptures are correct, but now it's upon us to use the name he gave to Moses. Got it? Now, to break it down in its simplest terms, because this is where they'll take you. Let's go to school real quick. Let's go now to Exodus 6, Elder Lawyer, and let's also go to Genesis 22. I'm going to show you where the tetragrammaton thumpers who are getting offended, believing that us giving them God's name is an attack on them. See, we don't have to dance around and say, well, this is what Ahaya really means in third person, first person, title. You notice we don't have to do that? You notice we don't have to dance around with God's name? Because he made it plain to Moses. But I'm going to show you what the others who are worshiping the name Esau gave to them, folks, mind you. I'm going to show you how they look to defend it. Instead of just, okay, the Most High said his name is Ahiah, I'm going to go with Ahiah. Even in the Hebrew, it says Ahiah. The only place in the book God tells you his name personally from him to man. The only place you can go to where the question is asked directly to God. So if you're not going to hear what God told Moses, you're definitely not going to hear us. Don't shoot the messenger. Let's go.
Exodus chapter 6, verse number 3.
Come on.
And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of God Almighty.
By the name of God Almighty. Read.
But by my name Jehovah was I not known to them.
See, I can recognize an injection. But by my name what?
But by my name Jehovah was I not known to them.
How do you know Jehovah wasn't there? You know why? Because he just told him in the 3rd verse his name was Ahiah. That's number 1. Number 2, listen to this. It says, but my name, if Jehovah was a name given to Moses, understand that in this context, Exodus 6, he said, the name I've just given you, Abraham and Isaac and Jacob didn't know. They only recognize me as God Almighty. So how do we know that Jehovah could not have been the name for Exodus 6? We'll go back to Abraham. Let's go back to Abraham and Isaac when the Most High said what? 22:1. Read.
Genesis chapter 22, verse number 1.
Genesis 22:1. Read it.
And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham and said unto him.
Now, mind you, Abraham only know him as God Almighty. Read.
Abraham, and he said, Behold, here I am.
Here I am.
And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son, Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of.
Now let's see the name of the place of the sacrifice, which was foreshadowing really Christ's sacrifice for our sins. It wasn't meant for Isaac to be sacrificed. That was the Most High showing forth a future prophecy of his son being sacrificed for the sins of our nation. But let's see the name of the place that he named it after that God Almighty, whom only Abraham knew him as at that time. Read.
Genesis 22, verse 13. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns.
Come on.
And Abraham went and took the ram and offered him up for a burnt offering instead of his son.
Come on.
And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah Jireh.
Now, if he didn't know the name of Jehovah, how could it says right here he named the place Jehovah Jireh when he only knew the Most High as God Almighty? Another injection. See? So when it goes back to Exodus 6 and 3, we can straighten that out with the understanding of what the Most High said with his own mouth to Moses. Now let's go back to Exodus 6 and 3 again. You're learning today. This is school today, even though we have school tomorrow. Oh my goodness, do we have school tomorrow? We're doing School 101 today. Before I go into this lesson here, let's read it real quick.
Exodus 6:3.
Read it.
And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob by the name of God Almighty,
By the name of God Almighty.
but by my name Jehovah was I not known to them.
So what you do is, you know his name is Ahiah, so you say what? By my name what?
Ahiah was I not known to them.
There you go. You place the Most High's name where the Gentiles injected their God. See, the Gentiles didn't change the context of the scriptures. They're just giving credit to their God instead of ours. Got it? So when you hear people say, well, it doesn't matter what religion we worship, we're all worshiping the same God. No, your God is Satan. God made it clear, and Christ made it clear. Your God is every other God outside of the God of Israel that's worshiped by mankind is Satan. Every last one. Because Christ made it simple. So you can't dance around in gray areas. There's only two masters. That's it. Either you love one or serve the other. There's only two. And only one of these have one name. Because our God isn't the author of confusion. Okay? When you look at Yahweh, it goes to Zeus and Jovi. Jovi in the Latin, and that's right, in the Latin and all that links directly to what? Jupiter, Zeus, Jovi, Yahweh. That's Satan, the god of Mount Seir. And you can find him on records like the Moabite stone. The Moabites worship Satan and all that. You can find him on different records, even that the Hebrews scribed, because we fell as the priests and kings and began to worship Yahweh. Follow me here. Psalms 96. Let's get it real quick.
Psalms chapter 96, verse number 4. For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols.
Read it.
But the Lord made the heavens.
All of the nations of the gods are what?
For all the gods of the nations.
All the gods of the Gentile nations, be it the Arab nation, the Asian nation, the African nation, the European nation, are what?
Are idols.
Are idols, read.
But the Lord made the heavens.
But the Lord made the heavens. The whole idea of idolatry started before the flood. There was no mass communication at that time in the ancient times. So in order to keep the fear of the God the Gentiles served, they would make an image to fallen angels to worship. An image to fallen deities. Male and female, gods and goddesses, because at that time there was no mass communication. So the government, to keep the fear of the God that country or that race served, the government would push what? Idolatry, to put the fear of their God within any society or village. Hence the beginning of idolatry. Read it again.
For the Lord is great and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the nations are idols.
All the gods of the Gentiles are idols.
But the Lord made the heavens.
But our Lord, the Lord over us, is Ahiah Bahashem Yeshaya, the Most High God, in the name of Christ. Every other nation has a Lord or a ruler. Our Lord is the Most High, who made it all, who made the gods even the Gentiles serve. Got it? Now the Gentiles, they don't just call on fallen deities. They acknowledge fallen deities, and they acknowledge the righteous deities in heaven, and they pray to all of them. We don't roll like that. We deal with the God, our God, in the name of Christ, and our God controls all the other angels who minister unto us and help us in this earth. We don't have to individually call on Michael, Raphael, Uriel, this God or that God for each little thing needed. That's how the Gentiles do things. Does it? See? We go straight to the source. And the heavens sends out angels for us to do the will. The pagans deal with each God, the God of the water, the God of the earth, the God of rain, the God of hell, the God of storm, the God of clouds, on and on and on and on and on and on. The gods of the harvest, the gods of this. We don't deal with none of that. We go straight to the Most High, and he deal with all the lesser gods for us. See that? Showing you the power of our God. See? Now, the Gentiles, the Europeans, and I know a lot of them don't realize this, but at the helm, their government and religious structure, at the helm of their government and religious structure is Satan. And it's him who gave them power. Let's get it out of the book of Revelation real quick.
Revelation chapter 13, verse number 1.
Come on.
And I stood up upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his crowns the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear.
Now you're talking about when it says what? Read that last piece again. Go to the last piece.
And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard.
Before that.
Verse 1. And I stood up upon the sand of the sea, and saw a great beast rise up out of the sea.
Out of the sea. This is the 4th beast, the Roman Empire. Read.
Having 7 heads and 10 horns.
7 heads represents the 7 mountains of Rome, and the 10 horns are the EU, the 10 countries that make up what? The power structure of Rome. Switzerland, England, France, and all of the EU. Belgium. Read.
And upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
So the crowns represents rulership. So they've gained power, the 4th beast. This is talking about the European structure, Esau. Read.
Verse 2. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power.
Who gave him his power?
And the dragon gave him his power.
So Esau, the Roman Empire, had what? He had all of the power of all of the empires and nations which preceded him. The bear represents the Persian Medo. The leopard represents Alexander the Greek. Rome had all of them wrapped up into one. You want to know how we were able to fall? That's right. Esau has Satan himself as his, that's right, as his power. So we couldn't stand a chance against the white man after falling. When we disobeyed the God of Israel, Ahiah, guess what? There was no chance because Satan gained full power over this earth. And at that time, using who? Esau. So it tell you who gave him the power?
It says, and the dragon gave him his power.
Now let's see who the dragon is.
Revelation chapter 12, verse number 9.
Read.
And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil.
Called the devil.
And Satan.
And who?
And Satan.
And Satan.
Which deceiveth the whole world.
Now he done confuse you and deceive you into believing that there's many ways to God. And he has many names. He's the deceiver. And he's going to use Esau to deceive you. Read.
he was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
So who gave Esau his power? The dragon, that old devil. That old serpent called the devil, Lucifer. Whom even the Muslims today acknowledge him out front in front of everyone with that symbol halal on their establishments. Halal is Lucifer. So that's who gave Esau his power, the white man his power. You think he's going to proclaim the name of God, whom he loathes, who he hates for giving the blessings and the birthright to us? He would never acknowledge our God as the God. So no sooner as our people fell, Esau began to go all into our records and do all types of things to give credit to the God he served. Yahweh, Satan, Jovi, Zeus. Where did Esau get his God from? Let's go to Genesis 36.
Just one more verse here.
Come on.
Verse 4. Revelation 13, verse 4. And they worshiped the dragon which gave power unto the beast.
So everywhere Esau went, he would set up churches to worship Satan and make the people who are confused believe it was really God. Look at the evil that's coming out of these churches. You think God is responsible for this? That was Satan planned the whole time, to cause total chaos through his religious constructs. Read.
And they worshiped the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worshiped the beast, saying.
So who give power to the beast? Us, by putting all of our spirit and worships in these pagan temples, by following Easter, Christmas, Sunday worship. You're giving power to the devil by worshiping in these places, in your pagan Muslim temples, in your pagan Christian temples. You give power to that same beast to destroy you. See? Now, where did Esau get the name of his God from? Let's go to Genesis 36. After Esau felt rejected for losing his birthright and, that's right, his blessing, he turned to the God of the Canaanites, the God of the Shashu. His name is Yahweh. Baal. Later, another name for him was what? Zeus. Jovi. Okay? And then, in our modern time, Jehovah. Let's go.
Genesis 36, verse number 1.
Read.
Now these are the generations of Esau, who was Edom. Esau took wives of the daughters of Canaan.
The daughters of Canaan. Where did he go to? He took wives of the daughters of Canaan. Where did he go to? Let's go down a few verses. The 9th verse.
Starting at verse 8. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir.
Hold up. Now Esau, after feeling rejected by losing his birthright and his blessing, he went to get power from the God of the Canaanites, the devil, Satan. Read.
Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir.
In Mount Seir.
Esau is Edom.
Esau is Edom. So this is where Esau gained preeminence and began his power and race. And he became the father of the Edomites. Read it.
Verse 9. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites.
The father of the Edomites. Read.
In Mount Seir.
In Mount Seir. So I did some research on Mount Seir and did some research on Esau in Canaan. See? In Mount Seir. Did some research on it. And under Egyptian antiquity, Esau's name is the Shashu. The Shashu had a god by the name of Yahweh. 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 So when we fell, Satan began to uphold what? He exalted Esau over us and said, tell everyone, I'm the God who built the universe. I'm the God who set up temples for me. Set up Jehovah, set up Yahweh. And have them believe it's the God of Israel. That's how it happened, folks. Now, whether you want to believe it or not, don't shoot the messenger. Our God said his name is Ahiah. We're doing you a service and breaking you free from what? The power of Amalek, who's using those names we're under to give power to the God he serves. We're breaking you free. That's our responsibility. We're giving you what God said. Whether you accept it or not, that's on you. John 3:18. Let's go now.
St. John chapter 3, verse number 18.
Read.
He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God.
In the name of the only begotten Son of God. Because once we fell as a nation, there was a need for a new covenant, a new agreement. See? So we broke the first marital contract with the God of the Old Testament, Ahiah. So there was a need for what? For us to do what? Be wedded to another. And Christ said what? I'm the way, I'm the truth, I'm the life, and no man cometh to the Father but by me. So that's why when we use the name, it's Ahiah, who's our God, in the name of his Son, whose blood was shed for the sins of our nation. So these were the names that Christ and the disciples were using to cast out demons, to heal people, so that the angels in heaven could minister unto us. And I'm breaking this down because the Gentiles have kept this away from our people on purpose. What I'm teaching today breaks the spell the Gentile has on our people, on our minds. They'll never give you the truth to break, so you'll break your minds free from them, religiously or otherwise. We've been ignorantly, even though the Most High still have heard our prayer because we didn't know any better, we were ignorantly using Jesus. But that's still a variant of Zeus. And even Peter says at time past, he stated that God winked at our ignorance, but now command everyone everywhere to repent. So yes, it was times that the Most High knew you didn't know the name. And when you said Jesus, he understood you were talking about his Son and acted on it. Because the name wasn't out there at that time. The seals weren't broken. The seals weren't broken at that time. So in our ignorance, he still answered. But now that you know better, that there was no J's until what? The 17th century, right? We're in the 17th century. So there's no way Christ could have been casting out demons in the name of Jesus with no J's. There's no way the Most High's name could have been Jehovah without J's. Okay. So what was Christ using? He was using the names that were given, the power from on high, from the heavens, from the original Hebrew that has its strongest force. This language has force. It brings forth a certain frequency in the earth that actually just punches, just hits you, a certain frequency, straight to the heavens. Same thing with Yeshua's name. When you use that name, the angels begin to work. It's a name they know, they understand it, they act on. Read it.
St. John chapter 3, verse number 19.
Yes.
And this is the condemnation, that light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than light, because their deeds were evil.
Because their deeds were evil. This is the only reason people reject truth or light. Because light doesn't just reflect this way. Light shines back on you. See, light doesn't discriminate. When a light hits a room, there's no hiding place. So some people don't want, okay, don't show me. Read.
Verse 20. For everyone that doeth evil hateth light.
They hateth truth. Read.
Neither cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved.
Corrected. Read.
But he that doeth truth cometh to the light, that his deeds may be made manifest, that they are wrought in God.
Let's go to John 17 and 41.
St. John chapter 17, verse number 40. Is it 41?
Yeah, St. John 7 and 4, excuse me. And John and 4. Keep in mind, brothers and sisters, that the beginning understanding of using the name in help in times of need, you must understand the names to use. Right? So here it is. Christ is the light that have come into the world to shine on all the evil. Right? All the darkness. And it's through Christ's name you push that darkness from you. It's away from you because now you can clearly see. Okay, I'm seeing the darkness and evil of the Babylonian paganism in the worship of the goddess Astar, in which everyone is going to be worshiping the goddess Astar for Easter. Lying to people, claiming that it has something to do with Christ's resurrection. A lie. It has everything to do with the resurrection of Tammuz, which is Nimrod incarnate. The movement of one spirit to the next, one spirit to another body. Nimrod to Tammuz. That's the resurrection of who? The hunter, the fallen god of Nimrod. And they made you believe that Easter is about Christ's resurrection. See? So now that the light have shined on this, like, nah, Christ never said to celebrate his resurrection. Christ's last days were what? His last days were leading up to the Passover. That he would become that Passover sacrifice for the sins of Israel. So we weren't supposed to be celebrating his resurrection. We were supposed to be celebrating his death, being the Passover lamb. And continue the Passover no longer under Moses, but who? Under Christ. That was the first church continued to celebrate the Passover. If it was time to celebrate a resurrection, Peter and the disciples subsequent to them and all the churches that were set up, Polycarp and all of them, would have been celebrating Easter after Christ's death. So now that the light has shined on this, I can see it was dark, move myself out of the way, and through Christ's name, push it from my space. I see that it was darkness I was living under. Christ has showed me the light. Light have shined on that evil Babylonian child sacrificing day. And now I can move myself from it and then push it away in the name of Christ. Same for Sunday worship. You're worshiping the S-U-N, the sun. S-U-N, Sunday, a Babylonian worship day in defiance of the God who said, do what? Remember the Sabbath. So Satan said, well, listen, if the God who rejected me said worship the Sabbath, I'm going to set up Esau to teach the reverse. The first. If God say do it on the last day of the week, I will defy him by making it the first day of the week, Sunday. So you should see the light and say, the Bible, hold on, how can you teach me the Bible and then say not to follow it? That's the hypocrisy of these churches. How can you expect other people to respect a Bible you're not following? How can you go into the Bible to say, well, I'm going to go into the Bible to show you how we shouldn't actually follow what's in it? Sounds insane, doesn't it? It sounds utterly insane. And that's what Christianity is, total insanity. In its updated modern form. Let me make that correct. Because it was one time Christianity was pure. I need y'all to think about this. The Most High says, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. And you are a pastor of the church and you look at the Bible knowing it says that and say, well, let me find a way to teach people not to do it. To excuse the evil and dark day we're using. And that dark day isn't according to one's opinion. It's according to history. When you look into the pagan origin of Sunday worship. History tell you that it was dark and evil. And then you try to use Christ to excuse your evil. When Christ went into the synagogue, he was healing and all that on the Sabbath day. Then y'all will jump right to Paul. Well, hold up now. Paul said the first day of the week. Yes, they were collecting money and doing things on the first day of the week because it was the first day of the week they were using for business, not for a Sabbath. See? And I'm going to be, hold up, matter of fact, I'm going to be talking about that. I have it right here. Hey, you brothers and sisters in the academy, you have a particular treat tomorrow. Our breakdown of Christianity tomorrow will be the key strongholds. Breaking down the key strongholds of Christian Daba. Check this out tomorrow. We're going to break down these particular points in the academy where the Christians will teach there's no difference of race in the eyes of God. That's number one. Any day can be a Sabbath. Number two. This is stuff that Christians are teaching. Any day can be a Sabbath. Number two. The holy days in the Bible are done away with, allowing pagan holidays like Easter and Christmas as the standards for worships. The Bible holy days are done away with, allowing pagan days to become the standard for all people. I'm going to be breaking that down tomorrow. All meat, whether it's clean or unclean according to the Bible, can be eaten or consumed if prayed over. Right? And check this out. God pouring out his spirit upon all flesh, according to Christians, can now allow anyone to make, check it out. God, let me say this again. God pouring out his spirit upon all flesh can now allow anyone, male or female, to proclaim themselves prophets or prophetesses. Right? We're going to be breaking that down. And the last thing we're going to be breaking down under Christian Daba, we're no longer under the law. All of those points, which is really, even though they just holding this together with glue and duct tape. All of these different points, that's their structure. This stuff is they're holding Christianity on by glue, duct tape, and spit. Every last piece will be broken down, and that whole thing will crumble tomorrow in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. That's right. School, real school. The key strongholds of Christian Daba destroyed tomorrow in the academy. Let's go to John 17:4. Let's go.
St. John chapter 17, verse 4.
Come on.
I have glorified thee on the earth. I have finished the work which thou gavest me to do.
This is Yeshaya.
And now, O Father, glorify thou me with thine own self, with the glory which I had with thee before the world was.
Before the world was, come on.
I have manifested thy name unto the men which thou gavest me.
Hold up. What did Christ do?
I have manifested thy name unto the men which thou gavest me out of the world.
I've manifested your name to these men. And it wasn't Allah. It wasn't Krishna. It wasn't none of the pagan names that Esau has given us in his under these pagan temples. What name did he proclaim to the disciples? That's right. The name that was given to Moses. And the Christians would have us believe that somehow the Most High just changed his mind and came up with a new program. Hold and get Malachi 3:6 real quick, Elder Lawyer. And Hebrews 13:8.
Malachi chapter 3, verse 6.
Come on.
For I am the Lord.
I am the Lord. Our Lord is Ahia.
I change not.
I change not. The Most High don't care what man is saying down here concerning him. Men need to get on his program. What is this thing where people are saying, well, yeah, all that work that was done in the Old Testament, that God just changed his mind. He don't have a people. Everyone is his people. He don't have any rules. Do as thou wilt. He don't have a name. Call on any name in the earth. Read it.
Hebrews 13, verse 8.
Come on.
Yeshua the Anointed, or Jesus Christ, the same yesterday.
The same yesterday.
And today.
And today.
And forever.
And forever. Christ's program never changed. His program was not to do his own will. Let's get that real quick. Where he says, I came not to do my own will. Read it.
St. John 6:38. For I came down from heaven, not to do mine own will.
Not to do what I want to do.
But the will of him that sent me.
But the will of him that sent me. Say it together with me, brothers and sisters. Who sent Christ? Who sent Yeshua? Say it together. 1, 2, 3. Ahia sent Yeshua. So Christ didn't change what the God of the Old Testament brought forth and established. Okay, that's another lie that's being taught in the Christian church. Or you don't got to read what's in that bad Old Testament. A lot of bad stuff. No, we recognizing the gods that you serve. This is, and the evil. We're recognizing the origin of your religion. Satanism. This is why you don't want us to read that. Because now we can see where you began to do what? That's right. Infuse your wickedness with Christ's teachings to confuse the masses. Let's go read that again. St. John 17:5-6. Let's read that.
St. John 17, verse 5.
Come on.
And now, Father, glorify thou me with thine own self, with the glory which I had with thee before the world was.
Before the world was, read.
I have manifested my name unto the men which thou gavest me.
I have manifested my name with those that thou gavest me. So we know his name is Savior. My Savior is Yeshua. Read.
I have manifested thy name unto the men which thou gavest me out of the world. Thine they were, and thou gavest them me, and they have kept thy word.
And they have kept your word. Read.
Verse 7. Now they have known that all things whatsoever thou hast given me are of thee.
Are of the Most High.
For I have given unto them the words which thou gavest me, and they have received them, and have known shortly that I came out from thee, and they have believed that thou didst send me. I pray for them. I pray not for the world.
I pray for these men you have sent me, and I'm not praying for the whole world, which is that lie that Christians are incorrectly teaching out of context. John 3:16. That world wasn't talking about anybody, no matter what color or race. Read up 3 verses before that. It was speaking of the same people, the world of Israel. Come on.
I pray for them. I pray not for the world, but for them which thou hast given me, for they are thine. And all are thine, and thine are mine, and I am glorified in them.
Come on.
And now I am no more in the world, but these are in the world, and I come to thee, Holy Father.
Who's our Holy Father? Ahiah. Read.
Keep through thine own name those who thou hast given me.
Keep through thine own name those, what?
Who thou hast given me.
Read.
That they may be one as we are.
That they can be one as we are. Read.
Verse 12. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in thy name.
I kept them in whose name?
I kept them in thy name.
I kept them in your name, Ahiah. They knew your name. So the original ministry, Christ gave the disciples the name the same way God gave Moses the name. Are you following me here? So the name was intertwined into the original doctrine that was healing people. They have kept this from you. Now, during the time of the awakening, the Most High have raised men to deliver it to you, to break us free. Once we call on the name of the God that have saved us out of Egypt, and we all do this together, those lower forces and their agents have no more power over us. Christ shines a light on their darkness, and we push them away. They're out of our minds. In order for them to get them out of our face, we must get their gods out of our hearts, out of our minds. Come on.
Verse number 12. While I was with them in the world, I kept them in thy name. Those that thou gavest me I have kept, and none of them is lost, but the son of perdition, that the scripture might be fulfilled.
The son of perdition, Satan. And the synagogue of Satan. They will uphold whose name? Their gods. That's why you look up the word, the Tetragrammaton in Yahweh, and it'll tell you. You can Google it, Wicked, just do whatever you want, and it'll tell you the Jewish name of God. And then we do the research on their Jewish pantheon, because they are pagans. They're Babylonian pagans, folks. When you do a research on that, Yahweh is fourth in line on their gods of pantheon. So there's greater gods that they know about that's greater than the Yahweh they peddle into you. There's stronger gods that they worship above Yahweh. Woo, our people. When the Most High says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Then the biggest resistance we're getting, guess what? It isn't even from the Gentiles. They know that they have no power over us now that we're calling on the true name. Now you see why people go into the belly of slave ships and get sold to other nations? The prophets try to tell them in the Old Testament. Christ told them. The disciples told them. And our people will still fight against what? Their own freedom. Malachi 1:14. Let's read it.
If I also just a quick point on John 17:12.
Go ahead.
Where he says, I have kept them, and none of them is lost, but the son of perdition, that the scripture might be fulfilled. We know out of all the original apostles, only one was lost, which was Judas Iscariot. All the original of the 12, except for Judas, remained.
Exactly. Because he was being led through Satan. Right? Now, let's go to Malachi 1:14. Let's go.
Malachi chapter 1, verse number 14.
Come on.
It says, But cursed be the deceiver, which hath in his flock a male, and voweth and sacrificeth unto the Lord a corrupt thing. For I am a great king, saith the Lord of hosts.
It says, our God is a great king. Read.
and my name is dreadful among the heathen.
And my name is dreadful among the heathen. Hence the reason the Gentiles are purposely hiding the Most High and Christ's name from us. Because they remember the name. In ancient times, when we would actually call on him against their men of valor during war, we used to roll over the Gentile nations with that power. So his name is dreadful to them. We lost our history. They didn't lose our history. So that's why they want us to call on lesser gods. They want us to call on Allah. They want us to call on Buddha. They want us to call on the gods that they have presented to us. Because the name of the Hebrew God, the God of all gods, is dreadful to them. The history of that God is dreadful to them. Because he was using us to do what? To judge the wicked Gentile nations. Okay? It says, and this is the reason why you have to search for the name now. You get all these different names out there that's Satan, that lead you to the same place, Satan. But yet the God of all gods' name is hid, even by those who claim to uphold the Torah. You even speak to those who claim to uphold the Torah and say that they believe in the Torah. They'll start going into, yeah, well, we deal with the oral law. Or you don't want to deal with what was written. Or, yeah, we follow the Torah, but we more so lean towards the Talmud. You mean the Babylonian Talmud? They know we know. I've sat with rabbis and all that, and not one time could they refute the true name of God because they say you're not supposed to say it. No, we're supposed to say it because you're giving our people everything else, and we're sick. We need help. We're being in prison. We've gone mad, demon-ridden, demon possession. We've used everything else except the name of our God. So this is why they want to hide the name and say, don't say it. Because they're afraid we may pick it up. They're afraid our people may say, I never heard that one before. And under their rules of invocation, once you call and begin to deal with the true name of God, they have no power over you. They cannot come against you. And that's if you're under God's law, under Christ's hedge. That's the rule of engagement. But if you're sinning against the Almighty and you're already worshiping their gods, man, our children don't stand a chance under them. So this is why, here's the reasons they don't want us to know the name. They'll give you Buddha. Yeah, let's roll Tina Turner out after Ike Turner done slapped her around. All this, they want to get that story out there. So now she's looking at that like, oh yeah, well, okay. All right, yeah. Buddha is the way. And here it is, all that great talent that was in Tina Turner, she cultivated that way in the church. You see how they aim all this crap at those who originally believed in the Bible? All that great song of pain, of oppression we've gone through was cultivated with us praying to God using this Bible. And now we'll let the devil come with a production to make you believe there's a better alternative? Let's go real quick. Here's the reasons why the Gentiles don't want you to have the name. Let's go to Amos 6 and 8. Let's read it, Elder Lloyd.
Book of Amos, chapter 6, verse 8. The Lord God hath sworn by himself, saith the Lord God of hosts, I abhor the excellency of Jacob.
I hate the excellency of Jacob. Read.
And hate his palaces. Therefore will I deliver up the city with all that is therein.
Come on.
And it shall come to pass, if there remain 10 men in one house, they shall die. And a man's uncle shall take him up, and he that burneth him to bring out the bones out of the house. and shall say unto him that is by the sides of the house, Is there yet any with thee? And he shall say, No. Then shall he say, Hold thy tongue, for we may not make mention of the name of the Lord.
For we shall not make mention of the name of the Lord. Read.
For behold, the Lord commandeth, and he will smite the great house with breaches, and the little house with clefts.
See, you understand, this is why even the Jewish people say, well, we can't use a name. We don't want to use a name. Doing evil in his name brings what? Destruction. Let's go to Romans 10 and 13. See?
Romans 10 verse 13. For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved.
Read it again.
For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved.
Come on.
How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed?
How can they call on him in whom they have not believed? This is Paul writing to the churches in Rome. So you notice it said singular. For these were the people who say, well, it doesn't matter. For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. What name? The names, the original names. Ahiah, Bahashim, Yeshua. How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed? Now, why haven't the people believed on the true names? The Gentiles have taught you the name of their gods. And now, guess what? Their nations have been rewarded for it. Look at all the power and majesty and all they have in the earth today. Because you're given power by supporting these Gentiles and their gods. So what you're telling, what we're saying by empowering them over us and supporting them, that they're above us. That in order for us to find any righteous path, it must come through another people outside of us. So by proxy, they've become the priesthood. They've become the chosen people by proxy. They choose the religions we serve, not us. For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Read.
How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed?
Come on.
And how shall they believe in him of whom they have not heard?
Read.
And how shall they hear without a preacher?
And how shall they hear the true names without a preacher? Giving you the information to have access to the heavens. The Gentiles, it's in the interest of the Gentiles to block us from that. It's in their interest. You think they don't know? And guess what? Gentiles didn't reveal this to us. The Most High did. Okay, if it was up to the Gentiles, we would all be in Christian church or in a pagan Muslim temple, learning lies. Read it again.
How then shall they call on him in whom they have not believed? And how shall they believe in him of whom they have not heard? And how shall they hear without a preacher?
So that means a preacher is supposed to be teaching the true name of the Most High in Christ, to free our people from their mental prisons religiously. Like, no, we can do the research on the God you serve. Allah is a female deity, Alut. Okay? She has history as Ashtoreth, a fallen goddess. No, Jesus isn't Christ's name. It's a variant of Zeus. Zeus is the god of the pagans, the Edomites. Zeus is Satan, the horn god Pan, who gave the Europeans their power. In his ancient form under the Shashu, he was first Yahweh or Jehovah. Read it.
Verse 15. And how shall they preach except they be sent?
And who would send them? The Most High. Christ would send them. The whole earth had been lied to. And now the Most High sent brothers to break our people from the bonds. You don't want to be free from Esau, upholding the gods he delivered to you. Read.
How shall they preach except they be sent? As it is written, beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace.
So with the name comes what? The gospel of peace. Because now what? Through Christ, there's peace between us and the God who sent Moses. The God who sent Christ, who sent the prophets. He's no longer at war with us. Come on.
How beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace and bring glad tidings of good things.
Read.
But they have not all obeyed the gospel. For Isaiah saith, Lord, who have believed our report?
Who have believed our report? So, of course, with the truth always will come what? Resistance by our own people to their peril, to their demise. 17.
Verse 17. So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God.
Come on.
But I say, have they not heard? Yes, verily, their sound went into all the earth, and their words unto the ends of the world.
So no one is without excuse. The whole earth has heard and chose to serve other gods. Read.
But I say, did not Israel know? For Moses saith, I will provoke you to jealousy by them that are no people, and by a foolish nation will I anger you.
So we have accepted the gods of fools and are upholding till this day the gods of fools. Come on.
Verse 20. But Isaiah is very bold and saith, I was found of them that sought me not.
I was found of them who weren't looking for me. See, the Most High deal with the humble. The proud who think they got it and always got it, especially the Israelites who've been in America for a long time, and they have old Prophet Cherry, and they come from a long line of Israelites and all these others. The Most High always deal with his last. Doesn't matter how long you've been under some established Israelite group. Because what? Read it again.
But Isaiah is very bold and saith, I was found of them that sought me not.
I was found of them who sought me not. Brothers and sisters, y'all have to realize, folks, we weren't looking for the name when the Most High gave us the name. We weren't looking for it. We were praying and was open to whatever the Most High would send. Okay. A pivotal moment in this earth. 7 days praying. No food, no water, no nothing. All together, just sitting there. Losing, just our bodies failing. Okay, and at the end of it, what happens? We need the water. We need to baptize each other and all that. Right after that, I was no longer a part of the old Pharisee anymore. And the Most High opened up everything. And it says, and the book was right there. And the name was right there. We weren't seeking it. He gave it to us. Read it again.
But Isaiah is very bold and saith, I was found of them that sought me not. I was made manifest unto them that asked not after me.
Read.
But to Israel he saith, all day long I have stretched forth my hands unto a disobedient and gainsaying people.
Unto a disobedient and gainsaying people. Folks, even in Israelites, and this, I adjure you to listen to what I'm about to say right now. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying here. We read these scriptures, but don't put ourselves as the example or put ourselves in the place of what we're reading. To really attain what the Most High is trying to show us from these scriptures. I'm an Israelite who came from a Pharisaical sect, being what you would call a high general in the 90s. And in order for me to understand what the truth is, and we teach about Paul and the disciples, but it's time to put down the Pharisaical side of things. And why don't we put ourselves in a position of Paul before Christ had to intervene? That's the place every Israelite from the old way, we need to put ourselves in Paul's place. Because Paul, who understood the law, being from a long line of Pharisees, thought he was doing the right thing, strictly under Moses' law. But yet we, being Israelites as Pharisees first, don't put ourselves in a place where Christ had to intervene. Where Christ said, you're kicking against the pricks. You think you're helping your people, but you're destroying my people. You're destroying me in my people. And that's where Israelites must put themselves, not as the authority of always showing what law's good and what position they must be in. At what point are we kicking against the pricks? Who's Christ? That's the Israelite we need to put ourselves into, understanding that we were once under the lines of Pharisees here in America. Thought we were doing right, but we were kicking against the doctrine of Christ. And Christ had to intervene in the way, blind Paul, and make him fast for days, and showed him everything to realize what the true mission was. And the true mission is not just us being Israelites. It's us showing the right path as Israelites. Using Christ's path. That's our position. Not to be in the way, but to show everyone the path. That's our position as Israelites. You have something, Mother Lawyer?
No, sir.
Let's get Ezekiel 33 and 30.
Ezekiel chapter 33, verse 30.
Yes.
Thus shall they know that I, the Lord their God, am with them, and that they, even the house of Israel, are my people, saith the Lord God.
Come on.
And ye my flock, the flock of my pasture, are men.
Or what?
Are men.
You Ezekiel 33?
34, Salakia.
Ezekiel 33 and 30.
Yes, sir. Ezekiel 33 verse.
But hey, it was in the spirit that you went there. Go there anyway, because this has to be emphasized. See, through the spirit you went there. The flock of my pasture. I need you to read that anyway, because the Most High wants us to hear it. Read.
Ezekiel 34 and 31. And ye my flock, the flock of my pasture, are men.
Are what?
Are men.
Are what?
Are men.
Are men. And the reason why the Most High put that out there is that men has a position and women has a position. And it's upon us to actually put out there when women are crossing the line. In America, that will soon fall, they make it okay. This is why they put certain constructs in place, understanding that this toxicity would need what? Intervention. Police isn't in other countries like it is here in America. This is what makes people think they can say what they want out of their mouth and go against men. The flock of the Most High's pasture are men. Everything we're receiving in respect of the knowledge and understanding to come back to the Most High in this earth came from men. Came from men. And it's about time we start appreciating that and understand that this is who the Most High have always used. Ezekiel 33 and 30. Let's read it.
Ezekiel 33, verse 30.
Yes.
Also, thou son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee by the walls, and
read.
in the doors of the houses. And they speak one to another, every one to his brother, saying, Come.
Let me make it clear. And see, when I say that men are different than women, right? And I can understand that. That's why I have to break a few things down. Okay? Because sometimes women does things unknowingly. And it's not on purpose because they are different than men. Yes, yes. And I can show an example of that. When I break something down, a man can listen to it and understand I'm only specifically talking about that. Women being emotional creatures, before they can actually understand being emotional, must internalize it personally first and then begin to try to understand it. So everything must be related to a woman and filtered through her emotions first. And I understand that. So the Most High said, give honor to the woman as the weaker vessel. Give honor, give respect, and understand I made her different for you. Women must internalize everything she processed with herself being the object in the midst of it. She can't just listen to it and say, okay, he's not talking about me. Because you internalizing it emotionally first and then rationalize it. When men are the reverse, we rationalize first. So when you speak to men, there's no need to say, well, listen, I'm not talking about you. And it's okay because the Most High made us different. Now, why did I just mention that? I'm saying that because when I make these things that the Most High is dealing with men, you have women come and bring forth outliers. Or what you would call the exception to the rule. What about Deborah? What about Esther? The fact that you have to point out 1, 2, or 3, that lets you know that's not the norm. These are the exception. Okay? And if we had a nation of Deborahs or Esthers or the women that you talk about, there would be no issues between men and women. There would be, if that was the majority, women being Deborah, Ruth, if women were being all the women that we usually invoke to say, well, he deal with women too, then we would have to say, well, okay, if all the women were these women you point out just for the argument, we as a nation wouldn't be here. It's the high percentages who are not these women. That's the problem. That no one is calling out. That even women aren't calling out and saying, you're giving my brand a bad name. Okay? So I just wanted to put that out. That I understand why when God mentioned that his flock is a flock of men, how women will come with the outliners. But you have to realize those outliners cannot be used in the instance where women are running in a country roughshod over their own men. These women were in the context of all the great men that are written in the Bible. Okay? And there's still outliers. These are the exception to the rule. Okay? Let's read it again.
Ezekiel 34, verse...
I'm sorry about that.
Yes, sir.
You got everything?
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
Ezekiel 34, verse 31.
Come on.
And ye my flock, the flock of my pasture, are men.
Are men. Which means the disciples were all men. Christ, man. 99.9% of the prophets you read in the book are men. The book of Ruth and the book of Esther is what? An outlier. It doesn't even tip the scale. Not to say this is not significant, because it is. These women are to be mentioned because they have honorable mentions in the scriptures. But how many of the women are actually following the lead of the women we read about in scripture? They're using these. A matter of fact, on the other hand, you have women using these women to usurp authority over men, saying that there's women in scripture. So now I can be a prophet. I can be a prophetesses. See? So we have to put it in its proper context. Okay? These women in the Bible are the exception to the rule. They're not the rule. Here's the rule. Read it again.
Ezekiel 34, verse 31. And ye my flock, the flock of my pasture, are men.
That's the rule. We have to stop looking for outliners to not fall in order. Outliers. All these women that you talk about, these outliers, even the outliers had respect for the men in power. They weren't in power. Even Esther, who we just looked at, who we just talked about in Purim, she was under a king. She was under a man. And it was that man's authority that executed the judgment over Haman. It was her request being answered. But it was the decree of a man who executed the judgment. Okay. It was Mordecai who worked to put her in position so that she can do what she needed to do for our people as a prophet. So on and on and on and on and on. Even the women we read of in scriptures who should be honored, who are the outlier, even they never disrespected the men in authority. As to why they were given honorable mentions. They never had authority over who? The men the Most High set up. Got that? Because who was the greatest man even during that time? During Esther's time. You know who that was? In that province, in that area? The prophet Mordecai. Okay? So let's put things in its proper. We have to actually, men, begin to stand up and don't feel offended standing in your manhood. You can't get shamed into taking back the authority God gave us. And women can't look at a man standing in his authority as some form of abuse. You can't do it. You can't complain that there's no men out there strong enough for you to follow. But then when a man try to get in a position strong enough to be that man, you're saying that's abusive. Let's go now. Ezekiel 33 and 30. Let's go.
Ezekiel 33, verse 30.
Come on.
Also, thou son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee.
Go ahead. My man, I appreciate it.
Also, thou son of man, the children of thy people still are talking against thee by the walls and in the doors of the houses, and speak one to another, every one to his brother, saying, Come, I pray you, and hear what is the word that cometh forth from the Lord.
Come on.
And they come unto thee as the people cometh, and they sit before thee as my people, and they hear thy words, but they will not do them.
They hear the words, but they will not do them.
The rest of verse 31.
Come on.
For with their mouth they show much love, but their heart goeth after their own covetousness. And lo, thou art unto them as a very lovely song of one that hath a pleasant voice, and can play well on an instrument, for they hear thy words, but they do them not.
Come on.
And when this cometh to pass, lo, it will come.
That means when the men that are breaking down what's going on according to the word of God, when everything we were talking about come to pass, and it will. Read.
Then shall they know that a prophet hath been among them.
Then you would know that the Most High had prophets in the earth using the prophecies to warn people. This is why we were sent. To give the truth, not so that we can get any credit. We're showing you how to break free yourself and set your home up righteously according to the Almighty. What God to serve. What laws to follow. How to interact. Everyday information that can help your life in our absence. So what happens is when we hear situations where that's still not enough, where people are called up and try to, I'm like, listen, we're doing everything God told us to do. And for our people, and for some of our sisters and brothers, sisters, like the one that called, that's still not enough. You're asking men to stand up. We're standing up. You're asking us to put our foot down and begin to get things together. We're doing exactly what the Most High doing, only to be opposed by who? And this is what's working in our absence. Christian women who call themselves doctors, with no man nowhere to tell them they need to sit their behind down. Okay, here it is. These women are leading a campaign to kill the elderly. But we're not supposed to say anything about that. It's not politically correct. But guess what? When men sit back and allow this stuff to go on for years and years without saying anything, eventually Esau and the devil is going to put her up to finish the job with no resistance. There's no resistance that's coming back from our people right now, including the men. Let's go to James 1:18. Now, if you have those, time will run out for those who are hard-headed and reject the Most High. And if you have knowledge of the name, now you are accountable if you don't use it. Okay? We are a people that are very hard-headed, who hear warnings over and over, but yet reject it. You're asking for answers. And folks, if you go back into a lot of our videos we've done for years, folks, we've been given a lot of answers to how to resolve what we call the world. But yet our people reject the truth. We shout aloud how we love the Most High, yet we don't even respect his name. We give our earthly father more respect than that. You can't expect You can't expect your child to receive anything from you as a father disrespecting the name of the family. There's consequences for crapping on the name of a family. Okay? But let alone we as a people won't even acknowledge our God, but blame him when you pray and something goes wrong and there's no help. See? We've been calling on all these different names, expecting him to answer. We have more respect for our own earthly father than him. It doesn't matter who he is. He can be anyone. He can be Allah. He can be just God. He can be Buddha. We have more respect for our earthly father than our heavenly father. James 1:18. Let's read it. He can be Yahweh. He can be Yah. James 1:18. Let's read it.
James 1 verse 18. Of his own will begot he us with the word of truth, that we should be a kind of first fruits of his creatures.
Read.
Wherefore, my beloved brethren, let everyone or every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath.
Let everyone be what?
Let every man be swift to hear.
Swift to hear, not to hear. And while you're hearing, conforming or creating a response. A lot of us don't hear. We hear to respond. It says, be swift to hear, read.
Slow to speak.
And slow to speak. That means you're processing it. You're not listening to project or to reflect or deflect and not consume and absorb. Let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, read.
Slow to wrath.
And then slow to physically reacting. That means when something is being said on high regard, high understanding, sometimes you must what? Calm down, take it in, and meditate on it. Spiritually digest it. And see, and that's the reason why physically we really need sleep. Because when the Bible says, it says really laying down or resting, only thing we need is a little folding of hands. Physically, the reason why we need sleep is to digest the food we ate today, and so that the body can now distribute it all over the place. But the less you eat, the less sleep you need. Well, that's on the physical side of things. On the spiritual side, when the Most High is bringing information, we're ready to react instead of saying, yo, let me spiritually digest this, meditate on it. I may not agree initially. I don't know how many times I've heard people who was adamantly against what we were teaching initially, until they took the time to actually sit down without their feelings in the way and hear what we were bringing forth. Man, if I had a nickel for every conversation I had with people who originally hated our guts because it was against their original program, but then they was able to say, you know what? There must be something to this. Even though I hate their guts, let me just hear. And then they're going to realize, well, listen, I was wrong in judging them and thinking of them this way. They're really here to help us. And it's usually the reaction of negativity. Usually it's what? What we're teaching is against your programming. And it's the spirit that have you bond lashing out. When the only thing that we hope is that you're free from that spirit. I really appreciate it. Delicious. Thank you. Read that again, Elder Lloyd.
James 1 verse number 19. Wherefore, my beloved brethren, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath. For the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God.
Come on.
Wherefore lay apart all filthiness and superfluity
Superfluity, read.
of naughtiness,
Of naughtiness.
and receive with meekness the engrafted word, which is able to save your souls.
And seek in meekness the engrafted word, which is able to save your soul. And I'm going to tell you, folks, and like I said yesterday, that's why and people you don't got to worry about whether or not I'm reacting to something and I'm judging all people. And no, you don't got to worry about that. The Most High had me hear that call yesterday for a reason. Because normally I would have reacted to it. But the Most High wanted me to listen. And I heard nothing but disdain, vitriol, and I don't blame that sister. You know what I did? I pulled over, and the Most High know what I did. I prayed for her. I prayed for her because it comes down to this. She don't know the men that she's moving out of the realm to help her in a time she'll need it. I prayed for her. Because regardless of what you think about us, and I hope the sister's listening, if something happened and she was a part of this work and some people came to do anything to her, we would die first. We would die first. And that's what she don't understand. You're fighting against your own protectors that the Most High have sent on earth. We will be your last line of defense. Let's finish reading it.
Verse 20, for the wrath of man worketh not the righteousness of God.
Read.
Wherefore lay apart all filthiness and superfluity of naughtiness, and receive with meekness the engrafted word, which is able to save your souls.
Come on.
But be ye doers of the word.
And that's what we're doing. We're getting pushback for doing the word. And you know what? It doesn't frustrate me. I feel more for people who don't understand or who cannot appreciate what this is. Man, I wish I had what y'all are getting right now coming up. I'm telling you. I wish I was able to grow in this knowledge and not had to go through all that fighting against the programming to see the Bible. Read.
For if any man be a hearer, in fact, verse 22, but be ye doers of the word, and not hearers only, deceiving your own self.
Deceiving yourselves, and doers of the word understands organization and how to actually put the organization of the heavens in work on earth. So when I hear people say certain things like, well, what about the academy? What about you charging this? What about you doing that? I listened to it. I heard her. She was just going on. These many. I'm like, listen, you need money to organize. Okay? And to help others. And only our people will look at the truth coming up and have vitriol and aim towards people that are doing work. But not once do you go down to the people who are selling you the Bible and say, you're wrong for selling me this. You should give us the Bible for free. You happily go there and get that Bible, and they're selling the word, literally. And you're happy at it. You know what? Because they're making money off of it. Gentiles. If we were selling the Bible, you would come down on us. That's why I prayed. I pray for our people. I pray for them. Money is a defense. And when this whole hell break out, people are going to wonder, why didn't we take something financial or finances and turn it into something tangible that can feed and help our people from one place to the next? They're going to be looking at us. And how can you do that without organization? And our people are so used to being slaves, they actually fight against people organizing for them. The only people that can charge for anything or get anything out of doing a work for people are Gentiles, because we've been programmed to believe that the only people who should benefit or prosper are the Gentiles who've enslaved us. That's a slave mentality. And we're here to break you free from that. Finish reading.
Verse 23, for if any be a hearer of the word and not a doer,
Come on.
he is like a man beholding his natural face in a glass, for he beholdeth himself and goeth his way, and straightway forgetteth what manner of man he was.
People forget about what they were before they heard the truth. And you will get that. They'll see it and all that, but then they'll forget. Listen, there was a benefit in this. Pride comes in, where people believe that all the work was done was for them, and not to appreciate those who put in the work for them. 25, let's go.
Verse 25, but whoso looketh into the perfect law of liberty and continueth therein, he being not a forgetful hearer.
So we can never be in this work a forgetful hearer, to forget those who bestowed upon you the knowledge and understanding you're standing on, you're studying from. And even you study to the level where, just say, you're beyond the knowledge you've received from me, and you're at a higher level. I've still sown something in you. And I don't care what level you're on. I'm just doing what the Most High need for me to do, so that when I stand before Christ, he can say, you know what, servant, job well done. It wasn't about who was high or who was low or who was at what position. It's whether or not you would do what you were sent to do. Being not a forgetful hearer, read.
But a doer of the word.
Because if you receive the work, just do the word. Read.
But a doer of the word, this man shall be blessed in his deed.
This man shall be blessed in his deed. Let's go to Exodus 3 and 13.
Exodus chapter 3, verse 13. And Moses said unto God, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, the God of your fathers hath sent me unto you. And they shall say to me, what is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you. And God said moreover unto Moses, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob hath sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations.
And this is my what?
Memorial unto all generations.
So what I'm going to do here, for those who don't know the name or have questions about it, this is God himself speaking to Moses, right? From the heavenly realm to the ears of man, right? So I'm going to pull up here. Let's see if I have it. Oh, this is the what? Lord have mercy. That was from yesterday. That was from Wednesday, when we showed a guy who now identified as a transgender dog. The level we have gone to, accepting transgenderism. Now they got transgender dogs here. But let me move that out of the way. 1 second here. One second. Let's go here. 1 second. The web. This is what happens when you allow this transgender stuff and Satan worships and all that to go on in this earth without resistance. Let me get it. Let me get this here. Right. Well, let me get this here. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Eastward. Let's see. Let's see. The Eastwood. Yeah, there it is. All right, let's get it now. Okay, here's Eastward. Here is Eastward here. And I'm going to blow it up so you all can see it. We're going to Exodus 3 and 13. Exodus 3 and 13. It says, Exodus 3 and 13. Let's read it, Elder Lawyer.
Exodus 3:13. And Moses said unto God, Behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers have sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, What is his name?
What is his name? Read.
What shall I say unto them?
What shall I say unto them? Go on.
Verse 14. And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, Thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you.
I am that I am. Tell them I am have sent me unto you. Now, let me get this here and show you. When you look inside the Hebrew, it's Ahaya. Ahaya. Let me see if y'all can see it here. Ahaya in the Hebrew. Matter of fact, it's Ahaya. It's Ahaya. It's a aha, and yaha. Ahaya in the Hebrew. That's his name for what?
It says here at the bottom of verse 15, This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations.
That is my memorial unto all generations. You teach your children my name unto all generations. It's not going to change. It's not a title. It's not a third person. Tell them I am that I am. Ahaya Ashar Ahaya is the God who will save them from what? The Gentiles and the gods the Gentiles serve. I created everything. Do not serve the gods of the pagans. Now, let's now go to 2nd Esdras 2 and 44.
2nd Esdras chapter 2, verse 44.
2 and 44. Let's go. And he says, This is my name forever. This is my name forever. So it's upon the Gentiles to keep this name from slaves. Because with that name, with that God come rules. You don't realize when these Gentiles set up in your neighborhood, that's a religious imposition against the community. Why? Because you don't see the relations those Gentiles had against our forefathers and what we put in place to resist them. See? So they take our God away, and with that God comes the rules that protected us. See? That established us as a people. So you look at it like, well, this is just business, Gentiles coming in our neighborhood. But no, under the God of Israel, that was illegal. Like, I don't trust what you're going to sell our people, and we don't deal with anyone who's serving other gods. You go over there with Buddhists and make money off of Buddhists. You go over there in the Middle East and you make money off of Muslims. You're not going to aggrandize yourself financially off of God's people. And what we have is for our nation and the embedment of our nations to make sure everything, every product that they eat, they consume, they put on is according to that same God's law. Come on.
2 Ezra chapter 2, verse number 44.
Come on.
So I asked the angel and said, Sir, what are these? He answered and said unto me, These be they that have put off the mortal clothing and put on the immortal.
These are they who put off the mortal clothing and have been changed into the immortal. Read.
And have confessed the name of God.
And have did what?
And have confessed the name of God.
Oh, God names don't matter.
And have confessed the name of God.
And have confessed publicly the name of the God they serve. So when I see any people out there after, how long ago we proclaimed this publicly throughout the earth, the Most High's name? When you see other people out there still saying Yahweh and Yah and all that, they're outright proclaiming the name of Satan, and the God they serve is Satan. There's no excuse anymore. Read.
And have confessed the name of God, now are they crowned and receive palms.
Come on.
Then said I unto the angel, What young person is this that crowneth them and giveth them palms in their hands? So he answered me and said unto me, It is the Son of God.
It is the Son of God.
Whom they have confessed in the world.
Whom they have confessed in the world. So they have confessed Ahiah's name and Yeshua's name. Read.
Then began I greatly to commend them that stood so stiffly for the name of the Lord.
And now says, then began I greatly to commend them that stood stiffly for the name, what?
Of the Lord.
Of the Most High. How many people you see in this earth standing stiffly on God's name, on Ahiah's name? That's a sign in of itself. Hosea 2:13. Let's go. Because what y'all don't know is that Yahweh and Jehovah is another name for Baal. Baalim. Let's go to Hosea 2:13.
Hosea 2:13. And I will visit upon her the days of Baalim, wherein she burned incense to them, and decked herself.
Go ahead.
And she decked herself with her earrings and her jewels. And she went after her lovers and forgat me, saith the Lord.
So when we went after Baalim, we forgot the name, or we forgot the God of Moses, of Israel, the God of the Old Testament, the God who sent Christ. Read.
Therefore, behold, I will allure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak comfortably unto her. And I will give her her vineyards from thence, and the valley of Achor for a door of hope. And she shall sing there, as in the days of her youth, and as in the days when she came up out of the land of Egypt.
Come on.
And it shall be at that day, saith the Lord, that thou shalt call me Ishi.
Ishi, Yeshua.
And shall call me no more Baali.
And shall no longer call me Baali, the name of the gods we learned to serve in slavery. That Ishi goes back to Yeshua, husband. Read.
Hosea
2:17.
Verse 17. For I will take away the names of Baalim out of her mouth.
Out of her mouth. That's the name of the Gentile gods we received in captivity. Read.
And they shall no more be remembered by their name.
And they shall no more be remembered by those names. Now, let's go to Ezekiel 20 and 35.
Ezekiel 20 and 35.
Read.
And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face.
Come on.
Like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I plead with you, saith the Lord God.
Come on.
And I will cause you to pass under the rod, and I will bring you into the bond of the covenant. And I will purge you out from among the rebels.
I will purge out from among you the rebels. So when we get gathered into the wilderness, folks, you're going to have all these people, even people that are still calling on the name of Satan, rebelling against the God who delivered the true name to Moses. Read.
And I will purge out from among you the rebels, and them that transgress against me. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am the Lord.
And ye shall know that I am the Lord. Matthew 13 and 10. Let's go.
St. Matthew chapter 13, verse 10.
Come on.
And the disciples came and said unto him, Why speakest thou unto them in parables? And he answered and said unto them, Because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given.
The mystery are given to those who are in Christ's ministry, and the ministry that was given to the apostles. But you got a lot of Israelites working backward. They're working from the old way and trying to filter Christ and the disciples through the old way when it's the other way around. It's the other way around. It's now our beginning point is Christ and the disciples. And we're filtering Moses through that because even Moses was told a greater prophet would come. And that's Christ. Come on.
For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, verse 12. For whosoever hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away, even that he hath.
Come on.
Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and they hearing hear not, neither do they understand.
Read.
And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which saith, By hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. But blessed are your eyes.
Blessed are your eyes.
For they see, and your ears, for they hear.
And your ears, for they hear. Folks, that's why I'm going to tell you, folks, don't push against the pricks when people aren't receiving. Even if you make it practical, easy to understand, and logical. It's what's in their heart that's rejecting this because they don't want to change their heart. So the Bible says after the first or second admonition, shake off the dust of thy feet. 2 or 3 times. And if they don't want to hear it, go about your business. Don't get frustrated. They've chosen their path. Do not get frustrated. Here's an example. There was someone called, and I get many calls like this, where a brother called and say, listen, I just got baptized. I'm not going to put the area out because, believe it or not, I get one of these at least 2-3 a week. A brother called me and said, I just got baptized. You know, I'm an easygoing man. I got, my wife. I mean, she's just, she don't want to receive it. She don't receive the truth. He says, I don't try to force anything, but I want my children to know better, know who they are. He says, what can I do? I'm like, well, brother, listen, the Bible says if you have an unbelieving wife, she's covered by your prayer. So let her do what she do. And if you're working in Christ and treating her like Christ said, eventually that's going to rub off on her. She'll be healed through your prayer. Even if she's rejecting things, as long as she be pleased to be your wife and do what? Submit to you in the things you need for your home. But no, he says, no, elder, it's not like that. She's saying that, listen, I need to find someplace else. So that means if he don't submit to her, then the family's done. And I'm like, brother, I know you called me, but you know what you have to do. She have already made the choice, and you're not in bonds in such case. Mm-hmm. You're just trying to have me say what you know is evident. Now, do you want to be in a home emasculated by a woman who you must submit to? Remember Lot's wife. I'm like, you do what's right by the Most High, but if it's her place, she calls the shots. She called the rules. But guess what? But when I got off the phone, in my mind, I'm saying, you know what? She called the rules now. But wait till all those kickbacks and subsidies, and there's no job for you to have a place to use against your man. Mm-hmm. I'm like, at least you have a head start to get yourself together for your children when the other foot drop over there, and it will. Mm-hmm. Anything, Lloyd?
Yes, sir. We're getting flashes, especially over the past year or so. We've been getting flashes of what the world is like when the conveniences and the normalcy is removed, when it's taken away. It's convenient and it's easy now to make those life-changing decisions of separating and going your separate way, and because you're not submitting to what I want and things of that nature, it's easy to cast off a man. But we've seen with what's, and this is not to make light of what's going on right now in Texas, but we're seeing there that it's hard enough when you got a whole family together trying to stick together and survive and having to deal with those harsh conditions. It's another thing. Let's imagine a single mother, right? In a position right now where she's trying to keep her children safe, trying to keep herself safe, trying to stay warm, trying to figure out what's going on when it comes to food, shelter, raiment, so on and so forth. It becomes all the much more difficult in a world where the conveniences and the safety and all those things have been removed out the way. The Most High has given us flashes of reality of what the world is coming to.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And listen, I'm going to tell you, and like I said, a reality is kicking in, folks. Men are waking up. Mm-hmm. And the Most High has done this because we're going to need men to be the first line of defense, leading our people, beyond Babylon. And I'm going to tell you this right now. You're looking at the numbers aren't bearing out. She don't realize what she have is a jewel. The Bible says, in that day, a man shall be like pure gold. And that means rare. Let alone a man who would love his wife, his children, get baptized and love the Most High, and only would like to be a man in authority to save his family. That's a jewel. And the numbers aren't bearing out because I don't know what she thinks. But folks, just bringing it down to the demographic of black people. Only 1 out of every 4 black women will ever be married in their lifetime. So for her to think with children that she's going to go out there and bear out in those numbers that's against her already, and those numbers are including single women without all of the history of marriage and children. If anything, she should have said, well, listen, teach me about this. What's going on? especially in the midst of what just happened in COVID, with this COVID reset, like you were mentioning. She should have been like, listen, because some in these women's mind think they can go out there and create a new life. And that life isn't out there. The people that's out there now, it's not the world we grew up under. You can get someone, you can get an app mate for tonight. And that's if you fit the requirements and beat out the other choices he done scrolled through. Okay? I don't know what women think they can just throw away a man right now. When the numbers aren't bearing in your favor. No one is going to come in and take that man's place. The numbers aren't bearing out. Men are waking up to say, well, listen, it's wartime now, and I'm not warring with you. It's to get my family together so that we can be on one accord to war against what's outside that's coming against us. So I'm like, I told that brother, listen, you got a head start because your children are going to need a way. And if she's saying that if it's her place, guess what? Now it's time for you to get yourself together. And guess what? The numbers are bearing out. Only 1 out of every 4 of our women will actually marry in their lifetime. And I'm like, brother, there's some good women out there that are waiting. Okay. The numbers aren't bearing out the other way. The Bible says if she leave, let her leave. You're not in bondage in such cases. She've helped you out. And the Most High will make a way for your children. By you standing on your feet, getting your own, getting in position, and the Most High will bless you with the woman who will appreciate a man of God. Let's go. Come on.
St. Matthew chapter 13.
Let's go to Acts 19 and 13.
Acts 19, verse number 13.
Come on.
Then certain of the vagabond Jews, exorcists, took upon them to call over them which had evil spirits the name of the Lord Yeshua, saying, we adjure you by Yeshua, whom Paul preacheth.
So you had vagabond Jews who didn't want to acknowledge the true name of God and was doing things, because the disciples were using God's name to cast out spirits. So you get these vagabond Jews who are using exorcisms, which is the invocation of using one God or one demon to cast out a lesser demon from a person. That's what an exorcism is. The disciples didn't do exorcisms. The Catholic Church does exorcisms. That's right, because Catholics are worshiping Satan. So they use invocation of one demon to cast out a lesser demon. But the lesser demon will leave, but guess what? Something else takes its place. So the person isn't truly free from demonic possession. Read on.
Then certain of the vagabond Jews, exorcists, took upon them to call over them which had evil spirits the name of the Lord Yeshua, saying, we adjure you by Yeshua, whom Paul preacheth.
So we're going to do this in the name of whom Paul preaches. Read.
And there were 7 sons, one of Sceva, a Jew, and chief of the priests, which did so. And the evil spirit answered and said, Yeshua I know.
I know Yeshua.
And Paul I know.
I know Paul.
But who are ye?
But who are you? So the spirits are now answering, like, I'm not under a command. You don't have the authority. Read.
And the man in whom the evil spirit was leaped on them.
Now the evil spirit said, because you don't have the authority and think this is just hocus pocus, I'll take your body. Read.
And overcame them and prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded.
Read.
And this was known to all the Jews and Greeks also dwelling at Ephesus, and fear fell on them all, and the name of the Lord Yeshua was magnified.
And the name of Yeshua was magnified. Right? Because you cannot do it as a hocus pocus or under an exorcism invoking names like the pagans. You must have a pure spirit being baptized and filled through the Holy Spirit to actually utilize this power. Or the demon you look to cast out will use you, will take you. Right?
Yep, if I could read verse 19, it says, many of them also which use curious arts, witchcraft, brought their books together and burned them before all men, and they counted the price of them and found it 50,000 pieces of silver. So in other words, they were dealing with curious arts, and they were trying to add. They were using the name of Christ, but they were trying to add it or use it in the same way they would deal with their other curious arts.
Exactly. They were using their ancient magic practice and rituals and say, let me use the name Paul is using with this too.
Right. Because they recognize the power that
the power in it. And that's what pagans does. What pagans do is they relate, they add that to it and say, I got even more power now. When no, they're witches, they're warlocks, they're in the craft. They're dealing with craft, like those who deal with Yoruba and all that, what they call African spirituality. They look at that and say, okay, the Hebrews got a God. Let me add that to these vagabond Jews using magic. And now the demons say, I don't know you. And took their bodies, jumped in them. See? That means you must renounce all of that crap and be baptized to receive the correct spirit to utilize the power of those names. Right? Last but not least, a few more. Right? Now, it's one other thing I wanted to highlight that I was going to talk about, and I need y'all to hold on. Let's go to St. John 14:6 and John 10.
St. John chapter 14, verse number 6.
Yeah. Read.
Yeshua saith unto them, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Read.
No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
I am the way, the truth, the life. When it comes to accessing this power in the name, to actually cast out demons and be healed, using the faith of that the Most High bestowed upon the prophets. Understand that power can only be wielded through Christ, through him. And you must believe wholeheartedly it's the power he's bringing forth that's doing the healing, that's performing the acts of faith that's needed to sustain. When one operates in the earth with that level of faith, nothing, brothers and sisters, is impossible. Your doctors don't want you to know this. The charlatans out there who've been using sickness as a way to get paid in churches, the so-called prophetess and others who claim that they have some unction or power, they don't want you to know this because it frees you from these usurpers. You must believe that Christ is the way. Use these names, Ahaya, Bahashim, Yeshua, in the name of Christ. And I'm going to tell you, folks, it has power. When you pray, When it comes down to the Lord's Prayer, you use that name. When it comes down to laying hands on your family and anointing your family with pure oil, you use the name. And seek that power that has always been in us as a people to heal others. Right? Let's go to John 10:1. Let's go.
St. John chapter 10, verse number 1.
Come on.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way, the same is a thief and a robber.
The first is a what?
The same is a thief and a robber.
So if people try to come a certain type of way, the old way before the truth came, and still think they will gain the same access, it doesn't work that way. It's through Christ. It's through Christ. I've heard people out there talking about that they're third in command in the heavens, and who appointed anyone anything outside of Christ? Madness. Read that last part again.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that entereth not by the door into the sheepfold, but climbeth up some other way,
Climbeth up some other way.
the same is a thief and a robber.
The same is a thief and a robber. Read.
But he that entereth in by the door is the shepherd of the sheep.
That's Christ. Read.
To him the porter openeth, and the sheep hear his voice.
The sheep hear Christ's voice.
And he calleth his own sheep by name and leadeth them out.
And leadeth them out. So it's up to us to give our people access to that door. That's what ministers do. They don't take credit for the door and say, well, if it don't come through us, you won't make it. That's a liar. Christ is at the door. And it's up to ministers to do what? Usher people to it. And Christ takes on. He takes it from there. We take you to the water. We baptize you. But guess what? It's the Most High who facilitates that, who sends that spirit. That's a spirit that's well beyond us to guide us all into safety together. Right?
Right, and that's what men are teaching. Men are teaching that their organization is like literally, not figuratively, literally stating that their organization is the door, which is foolishness. The Bible tells you plainly who the door is, as we're going to read. Verse number 3, to him the porter openeth, and the sheep hear his voice, and calleth his own sheep by name, and leadeth them out.
And leadeth them out, read.
And when he putteth forth his own hand, he goeth before them, and the sheep follow him, for they know his voice. And a stranger will they not follow.
And a stranger, read.
Will they not follow. But
will they not follow, read.
But will flee from him, for they know not the voice of strangers. This parable spake Yeshua unto them, but they understood not what things they were, which he spake unto them. Then said Yeshua unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep.
Read that again.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep.
So if you have anyone out there who says that you must go through them to receive the unadulterated truth, you're speaking or you're listening to a liar, an antichrist. Christ is at the door. Christ established Peter. Peter established the doctrine that was given to him from heaven. And those that are in the same vein of those tenets given, that's right, are a part of the apostles' mission. The new way, the only way. For those who would do what? Enter the kingdom of heaven. It's a doctrine. So if you have someone out there, one moment. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, folks. Hold on 1 second, because I got a lot of points to hit on. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that he used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Okay, jumping right back in. Where you left off at, Elder Lloyd?
St. John 10, verse number 7.
Read.
Then said Yeshua unto them again, Verily, verily, I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep.
I am the door of the sheep. Christ is the door. What we did was introduce the name that he delivered to his disciples. That's Christ's door. See? And anyone that follow the true doctrine of Christ will do what? Christ will open the door for you. This is his kingdom. And I wanted to highlight that, okay? Now, jumping right in. When I mentioned that right out earlier, that men are waking up, and it's time that sisters begin to break their programming and own up. And it's okay to own up that they were programmed to resist a patriarchy, men in authority, that they would program our women to resent the thought of them having to submit to men. That's a reality that a woman must come to fix. To fix. A woman have to say, okay, this poison that I've been poisoned with, how can I now become and resist those teachings? To be a better person, a more submissive person for a man. It's not that a man must do something for you to become that. This is your burden. This is something that happened, a vice that you must break. Okay? And I wanted to put that out there because, like I mentioned earlier, traveling overseas taught me something. That women have more respect for a man's position. And this is why the societies thrive continually from ancient days till this time. Because women overseas, and I'm talking about over in non-Western world countries, they don't resent operating in the spirit or the position of a woman. They don't resent that. They don't look at that as weak or less than. So, in its proper perspective, how do we get things back in order? I said earlier, what you hear in the world today is when women know that things are out of order, they've been taught backwards here in the Western world, and they have. Even when you read Willie Lynch and the other material I read in the academy on slavery, the slave master took extra attention to program the woman so that she, as a matriarchy, could control, that's right, the slaves on the plantation. So he wouldn't have to whip them. He wouldn't have to do certain things because she was used to do what? To make sure the man stayed passive and the woman more aggressive. They worked the woman that way to make sure their sons are what? Less aggressive. And they put that upon the women to teach that. And guess what? You can see that in society today, where a man is told to be quiet, sit down, can't say much, you're too aggressive, get on Ritalin. And they'll tell the woman, the mother, to get their son on Ritalin. But then when it comes to the young lady, she'll say, listen, you should make it where you never have to deal with a man or depend on a man. Get your education, get that, as if you are training the woman like you should be focusing on the son. Because when this boy grow up passive, it's going to be other girls complaining about these passive men they have to choose from. It'll be other women complaining, well, I can't submit. Look at this weak guy. Who's creating the weak guy? And when a man stands up and say, well, listen, no, you're not going to teach my son to be like that. There's friction. So we're going to put this in order according to the Most High. Here's the quotes we hear. And another thing, women overseas, and I've seen in the Middle Eastern countries and other countries, know that you cannot talk to another man in disrespect. Okay? You can't do that. If anything, if she has a concern, she speaks to her man, and the man handles the concerns. That's the way life have always been. And it's gotten to a point where women think that they can now argue and vice men. That's crazy. And it's something that was taught to keep us at odds with one another. I'll submit when I find a man worthy to submit to, which is hard in this society when we're training boys to be the passive ones and girls the go-getters, while the Gentiles run roughshod over us. Right? Now, when it comes to submission, I want to put this out there. Women don't set the parameters concerning who they'll submit to. The Most High set the parameters. Okay? That means, well, I'm not going to submit to a man like that. No, that's a man thinking when you say that. You will submit according to God's command, not according to the parameters you've set for yourself, which means if you got a man and you want to be with the man, if you could submit yourself to sleep with that man, then you can submit yourself to be in obedience under him. Okay? It's not it's just the flesh thing. No. There's no greater level of submission than giving your body to him. But yet you can't listen to him. So we're going to set the record straight according to God. And I don't want no woman out there to believe that this is an attack on women. That's another program that's out there. That if you correct or try to set things straight to benefit women, to help them see what they couldn't see, to make them better, that it's an attack. We're going to tear that liner out of the way also. Correction and showing what's right isn't an attack. They've programmed you to believe it that way. And our sisters and our young daughters, our women, we are suffering under this ideology that this lie we've been taught in the Western world. It isn't working anymore. And men are saying what they want. And that's what we want in a woman, what God wants in a woman. And it's not that, well, I'll be that when you become something. No, that's a circular argument that will never end. It's not upon a man to make you wife material. Let's read Proverbs 18 and 21.
Proverbs 18 and 21.
Read.
Death and life are in the power of the tongue.
Death and life is in the power of the tongue. Read.
And they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof.
And they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. And understanding that means either way. Okay? If you use the tongue for death, guess what? Death will materialize from what comes out of your mouth. So think before you speak. Read.
Verse 22. Whosoever findeth a wife findeth a good thing.
Now the Most High said for a man, he that findeth a wife findeth a good thing. So that means she was wife material before he ran into her. It wasn't him seeing her and to make her better or wife material. He that findeth a wife implies she was already prepared to understand that she was made to be a helpmeet and to submit to a man. And it shouldn't be a fight to get there. And if the man isn't worthy for you to listen to, then there is no argument, because the question is, how is it that you can sleep with the man you can't listen to? Doesn't make any sense. Read it again.
Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing,
Findeth a good thing.
and obtaineth favor of the Lord.
And do what?
And obtaineth favor of the Lord.
And obtaineth favor from the Most High. Right? Now, let's go to, real quick, Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, the 25th chapter. And I'm putting this out there because, listen, women in the Western world, we really do. We have to understand where the line is drawn, because other countries, people in other countries understand this. And it's our women who look at those women as weak, who understand the power of submitting, being with a man, listening to a man. But these women overseas have something in common. They have men. You may call them weak or whatever the case is, but guess what? They all have men. And guess what? They're not resentful for having them. They're happy. So with all this power and strong woman and all that, there's unhappy women. With all of that you claim to have over in the Western world, you're unhappy. Because men are tired. We have to fight the world and then have to fight for position to be a man in our own home. And it's not happening no more. So now we have to get the understanding of what God says. Right? Even for the young lady who called me, I listened to her. And in my mind, I prayed for her. Why? Because I'm like, you know what? She's just lashing out at me because she's unhappy with no man. And if she can just go off the rails with a man who teaches the word of God without thinking of the consequences or recourses of that, a man sitting next to her that she would claim her husband wouldn't stand a chance. So I know that woman don't have a man. And it's a shame. Because the only person that's stopping her from actually having someone is her. Ecclesiasticus 25:1. And if she do have a man, and if a man's sitting there listening to her on the phone berating another man, something is going on with that dude. You have to think about that. What man would allow his woman to do that? He'd be like, well, no, babe, I'll handle that. You in my place. I'm not going to allow you to get worked up. And at the end of it, when the phone hangs up, I got to console you and get you back to what's needed for me. Nah, if you're dealing with a man, it's my position to deal with a man. To show you women that just are off the hinges. To think that they can actually get on the phone and talk to another man like they're men. So when the Bible says, when a man getteth a wife, he get a good thing, which means a woman is wife material before a man actually sees her. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 25:1. Let's go.
Sirach 25:1. In 3 things I was beautified and stood up beautiful before God and men.
Read.
The unity of brethren, the love of neighbors, and a man and a wife that agree together.
In 3 things, now this is God. This is God. I need you all to document this. This is not Elder Ricard, y'all gathering Christ Church. This is God here. In 3 things I was beautified and stood up beautiful both before God and men. The unity of brethren, brotherly love, the love of neighbors, loving thy neighbors as thy love thyself, a man and a wife that agree together. These things, these 3 things the Most High loves. Herein lies the solution for a righteous community. These 3 things. Read.
Verse 2, 3 sorts of men my soul hateth.
And there's 3 sorts of men my soul hateth. Who are they?
And I'm greatly offended at their life. A poor man that is proud.
A poor man that is proud. That means get your stuff together before pumping out your chest and saying, well, this is what need to happen and look at all the knowledge I have. No, your life should represent the achievements, okay, bestowed upon that only comes through hard work. You will get a poor man telling people what they need to do when the Most High says no. What you need to do is get yourself together. And I'm not talking about I'm not just talking about being filthy rich. I'm not talking about poor and rich according to this world standards. It's talking about at least being able to take care of your family. Okay? And to have something you have acquired to hand down to your children. That's the standard according to the Most High, not you being Jay-Z. Not being able to take care of your own house and have something for your children, but you have advice for everyone else. Read.
3 sorts of men my soul hateth, and I'm greatly offended at their life.
Read.
A poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar.
A rich man that is a liar.
And an old adulterer that doteth.
And an old adulterer that doteth, who grows in his wickedness without repentance and still out there by himself unmarried. And that's male or female. But these older people that are still without anyone are giving everyone else advice. Read.
Verse 3, if thou hast gathered nothing in thy youth, how canst thou find anything in thine age?
If you haven't learned anything from your youth, what advice can one give in their old age? See? Come on.
Oh, how comely a thing is judgment for gray hairs, and for ancient men to know counsel. Oh, how comely is the wisdom of old men, and understanding and counsel to men of honor.
Read.
Much experience is the crown of old men, and the fear of God is their glory.
It's speaking of the respect of the aged, which is far in between now, especially in our society, when we have a whole generation that I grew up with, who felt it was okay to pander to women and the stereotypes that have been placed on us. Okay? With straight propaganda. Waiting to exhale. Stella got her groove back. You know how many women are sad? Who went over Jamaica and did all those things and thought they can do what was in the movies? Mm-hmm. Only to end up with their family was broken up. They have nothing to show for it now. The upholding, the actual propagandizing and the financing that Amalek put into Mammy on steroids. I'm talking about Oprah. That was a direct attack against what? The patriarchy in our communities. Read on.
If I can mention as well, as you can see here, the Bible equates growth in age and experience with wisdom and obtaining wisdom in old age to pass down that wisdom to the generations before you. But as you mentioned, there's a whole generation that have been destroyed. The hip hop culture, you got grown men still trying to be Tupac. Okay, grown women still trying to live out there, whatever a spirit that came out with Little Kim, and still trying to follow that hip hop generation.
Exactly.
And we're destroyed. There's no wisdom. There's no one to seek for understanding because that whole hip hop generation has just been devoured.
Yeah, and our children, our youth are grasping at straws right now. They're figuring it out as they go. It's not like I could sit down with my father and he can give me information since the slave trades and what his grandfather told him and all that and what his father bestowed on him. I was able to get that information, the wisdom of how to navigate in this earth. But these kids out here are flying from the seat of their pants and learning as they go. And no one is sitting back and reflecting and saying, well, hold up. I'm perpetuating this stereotype. I'm the reason for it. No one is taking blame for the crack era and all that. Sisters, it's time for you to start calling it out. It's time for you, when you say, well, it's not all of us, it's time for you to point to those who are destroying your brand, because we're going to start protecting ours. It's up to you to stand up. And I'm not talking about on YouTube somewhere. In your communities. And point out what's right or wrong when it comes to in your communities and what's destroying your communities. Sisters, you're going to have to do it. Because the whole time that they were bringing forth this whole agenda, they showed you locking arms with this. They're sullying your image and saying that you're behind all this. Do I believe it's absolute? Do I know that propaganda and media has a lot to do with it? Yes. But it makes you complicit through silence, through your silence. And no one is calling it out. They are aligning this stuff, all of this crap, and right next to it, they have black women. Soiling you. You know it's not all your fault. But it's time, sisters, start saying, well, listen, no more will you sully us and connect us with the reprobates and what's wrong. It's not enough of us standing up against it. There's more. Look at this here. Like I told you, these women here. Black doctors, and no one can say anything, have opened up a clinic called the Black something Consortium to pipe it and kill the aged who do have enough knowledge to warn our children or direct them with some of the wisdom that should be handed down. And teaching any wisdom is good. Any experience to steer our youth in the right direction, even if it's learning from our mistakes. The elders has something that they can deliver useful for the next generation. And these women are behind putting our elderly down. The Leah Center. These are the women that's behind opening up a center as black doctors being used to do what? Administer a poison on our community. And we're not supposed to say anything. But they done got full board and full reign to do this without resistance because, and guess what? I'm misogynist if I point this out. On how far we've allowed this thing to happen because our black men have been afraid to face it and say it in fear of what? Being shamed. Being canceled. No more. Let's read, Elder Lawyer.
Verse 7, there be 9 things which I've judged in my heart to be happy, and the 10th I will utter with my tongue. A man that hath joy of his children, and he that liveth to see the fall of his enemy.
And he that liveth to see the fall of his enemy. Read.
Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding.
Read it again.
Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding.
Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding. And we're going to break down what that is. That's not saying I'll be a wife of understanding if he's this or if he's that. That's you setting the parameters. You're supposed to be a wife of understanding, so whenever that man comes around, you are exactly what God intended for him. See that? That's nothing you turn on when you find the man that fits what you want. Read.
Verse 8, well is a man that dwelleth with a wife of understanding, and have not slipped with his tongue, and have not served a man more unworthy than himself.
Read.
Well is him that which have found prudence, and he that speaketh in the ears of them that will hear.
Come on.
Oh, how great is he that findeth wisdom, yet is there none above him that feareth the Lord.
Come on.
But the love of the Lord passeth all things for illumination. He that holdeth it, whereto shall he be likened.
So it says, but the love of the Most High passeth all things for illumination. That means what the Most High desire in us is more important than our own so-called aspirations that have been given to us through this world. We need to more so view what is the Most High's expectations for us or of us concerning our relationships one with another, man with woman. Read.
Verse 12, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of his love, and faith is the beginning of cleaving unto him.
Come on.
Give me any plague but the plague of the heart.
Give me any plague but the plague of the heart. What verse are you at?
Verse 13.
Read.
And any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman.
It says, give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman. There's a lot of wickedness that can happen. But when a woman is headstrong against the Most High, there's no other wickedness in comparison on earth. Now, we're not supposed to say that. But this is what God says. When you are opposing your own nature, you're dangerous. And no one is pointing that out. 14.
Verse 14, and any affliction but the affliction of them that hate me, and any revenge but the revenge of enemies.
Come on.
There is no head above the head of a serpent, and there is no wrath above the wrath of an enemy.
Man, here's an instance that I knew growing up. North Philadelphia, 15th and Diamond. I remember this girl talking. I'm not going to put out her name and all that. If you lived in that area, you'll know this story. Okay? A girl talking all this crap because she had a boyfriend, a guy I grew up with, who she knew he's easily triggered, and if she has a problem, a fight would break out. He didn't care. He didn't care, folks, whether or not she was right or wrong. She would use him as her personal weapon against anyone that disagreed or would come against her. She would use this guy who could fight. What happened, folks? This dude brutally harms this brother that I knew, grew up with. I'm talking about almost to the point of death. This guy goes to jail. And guess what? Not even 3 months later, she's sleeping with the guy that she was in an argument with. She's sleeping with his brother. The guy she got triggered. Now, folks, a lot of us, we keep this stuff silent amongst our community, but a lot of you have stories like this. And guess what? No one checked her for that. No one thought anything to the otherwise, because to us that was normal. It was me looking back after learning the law and seeing this, like, this is the chaos we allow to run rampant, unchecked in our communities. Not even 3 months. The man she got triggered is serving 5 years in Gratisford. And 3 months later, the guy that she was in an argument with, she is sleeping with the brother now. And no one talks about this and what goes on in our communities. And what I'm saying, folks, isn't this is normal in our communities, and no one calls it out. And y'all wonder why we've gotten here. Let's read.
Verse 16, I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman.
Read it again. Verse
16, I had dwelled with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman.
It says, I'd rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman. That's a woman you always have to argue and fight with. That's why when the brother called me the other day, I'm like, brother, you know what you have to do. When a woman is telling you, because you're baptized and want to follow God, that she wants you out of the house, and my answer to that is, listen, you can only have one man per house. That's my answer to that. That's my answer to that. If she's willing to throw you out and discard you for not submitting to her, let us see what it is without a man. And there's a lot of good women out there who deserve a good man, who serve God. And you make a way, you get yourself on your feet to make provisions for your children. Because guess what? If she's like this with you, eventually your children are going to come running. And you'll be there to pick up the pieces. Finish reading, and it's not a lot of our people calling this out. And the Christian churches, the pastors, I mean, they have totally left the building. Because they're not going to go against what? Their livelihood. How can you talk about what the women are doing when they're the ones sustaining you financially in the churches and the communities? So you can't even talk about those things and correct them. Now, of course, not all women. We all know that. But it needs to be highlighted so that we can now bring some levity and get this stuff back in order. We have to now highlight that these things exist and have been a cancer unchecked in our communities. Let's read it.
Verse 17, the wickedness of a woman changeth her face, and darkeneth her countenance like sackcloth. Her husband shall sit among his neighbors, and when he heareth it, it shall sigh. When he heareth, it shall sigh bitterly.
And when he hear it, it shall sigh bitterly. I've had friends, grew up, we all together, and you knew, okay, this woman is really the man in the house. And how this guy was always, when he was amongst the men, he was always the most what? Quiet, the most shamed. Because if you get out of pocket, the first thing we're going to say is, listen, you can't rise upon us, brother, when you got a woman running roughshod over you. Okay? In the world, we didn't hold no punches. Okay? Today, they call it simp. Back then, we was like, well, listen, you're the cat at the mall holding the pocketbook outside the mall. I mean, outside on the bench while your woman is in the store spending your money. That's how we was talking about. Okay? When men was able to have men conversations and not feel what? Not feel that if we were like as if we were breaking some sort of politically correct rule. Like, listen, bro, You can't raise up to me when you know, your woman in there shopping and you sitting there holding her pocketbook. And believe me, when she's shopping and you're doing that, she's not shopping to put on something for you. This is how we was able to talk to each other like that. Not today. Finish reading.
Verse number 19.
Come on.
All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman.
And this is not saying all women are wicked, because that's not the case. There are good women. But it's like these type of women are getting all the shine. They're getting all the press. They are those who are representing without resistance. When at one time growing up, there was a time where women knew what shame was, and that the shameful women were the minority. Okay? You on a block, there was not a woman with a tattoo on a block that I grew up in. On. Not one woman. Now, guess what? A woman without a tattoo is in the vast minority. And I'm not attacking anyone who or looking down on someone who made a mistake before the truth and all that. Mm-hmm. It's what it is. I'm not saying that. I'm not judging that, because I know women internalize and say, okay, it's me. No, I'm just showing you the difference between a time where there was still some level of piety and virtue within our communities, where the shameful was the vast minority. To say no, not to blame people, so that we can now do what? Recalibrate this thing and start over for the sake of our young men and women that comes after us. Come on.
Verse 19. All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her.
Read.
As the climbing up a sandy way is to the feet of the aged, so is a wife full of words to a quiet man.
As the climbing up a sandy way to the feet of the aged, so is a wife full of words to a quiet man. Let me tell you, there's nothing more disrespectful than a woman with a lot of words against a man who she know is quiet and is really not like that. It's like torture. You're torturing him on purpose, emasculating him, and then eventually you'll look to leave him because he's not man enough anyway. Because why? Any man that you would really be with wouldn't tolerate that mouth. So you'll emasculate that man only to leave him for someone else anyway. And we're not supposed to point that out. Because a real man ain't going to sit there with a woman with a bunch of mouth and be like, well, listen, I'll tell you what. You have your relationship. Have a relationship with your mouth. Shalom. Because it's not going to be that in me too. So we're going to have to find a way to communicate where you don't rule in my home. Okay? A man of any substance isn't going to take a woman torturing them with their mouth. You'll be alone. Okay? And men have to start taking stands and say, well, listen, they are taking stands. I'm seeing it. Like, no, you've been programmed to use your mouth as a weapon. Knowing that it's a low-level threat, that if you were a man, you know that if you was a man, it will be a fight in here. And you know it, but yet you'll use it. See? It have to be a way in which we can have an amicable conversation like adults. and come to reasoning according to the Most High than you using your mouth. Women and men are different, and not a lot. And guess what? There's not enough people telling people this. Women have run roughshod to a degree where they think they can talk to men like their girlfriends. You can't. Men are simple. We want a few things from you, and we'll tell you what those are. That's it. The other entertainment and all this other stuff, that's what you got girlfriends for. You can't expect men to be girlfriends. So there's a frustration component that happens where you think that men don't understand you. No, you've been programmed to be something else. Men are simple, and we'll tell you exactly what we want from you. That's it. Finish reading.
21. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman.
Stumble not at the beauty of the woman. And that's what's wrong with a lot of our men. That's what's wrong with men. Men are easily taken when women posture themselves for physical attraction. And that's why I hate this Instagram time and space we're living under right now. Because you have people scrolling through pictures and don't realize the mind and spirit that are behind these women who are using these pictures to catch you and trap you. Because a virtuous woman wouldn't put her body on display. They can understand what shame is. And that something as beautiful as her body is only deserving for a man to see. See? Read.
Stumble not at the beauty of a woman, and desire her not for pleasure.
And desire her not for pleasure. Now, women are putting themselves on display. Men are desiring them for pleasure and getting the pleasure and aren't giving women anything else. And then women are looking back and saying, what's wrong? You're keeping up. What's wrong is how you presented yourself, keeping up with what you think is your competition. That's not your competition. People parade themselves and push up themselves and show their butt are lesser women. They're not your competition. A man will deal with them and you think that's the attention you want. But they'll be discarded. They're looking for a wife. Come on.
22. A woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach.
If a woman maintain her husband, that means she's taking care of all the bills. She's doing everything, and you're just sitting around. You're going to have a woman with much anger. But then it comes down to, and I said it before, sisters, you know who you're getting with when you get with them. If they weren't doing nothing when you met them, you can't come down on them for not doing anything now. So there is a waiting period that should happen until you both meet the requirements that's needed to keep the relationship together. And women are getting the relationships in hope of what a man will become later. No, it doesn't work that way. You'll be angry. You'll be upset because the guy that you met, that's him. And then you'll get mad at all men. And all men didn't do that to you. You chose in hopes of potential. Guess what? You got what you got. Unless the plans are actually worked out to where you're separated, like it was in the old days, and this is what we see over when we went in the Middle East. A man couldn't get with a woman unless he had his stuff together first. That's what we notice in the Middle East. You can't ask for a hand in marriage without at least being able to do what? Have a place for the woman and have a bank account for the woman. And then you can go to the father and say, this is what I have for her hand, and this is what I can also give you. Come on.
23. A wicked woman abateth the courage, maketh an heavy countenance, and a wounded heart.
That means when it says a wicked woman abateth for courage, she's not satisfied until she totally emasculates a man and drags him around through a nose ring. She finds power in taking masculine strength from a man. She finds power in that. She abateth the courage. She wants others to know that she's the man of the house. Okay? Come on.
A woman that will not comfort her husband.
A woman that will not comfort her husband.
In distress.
In distress.
Maketh weak hands and feeble knees.
Maketh weak hands and feeble knees. You will see a man that's good for nothing because what? He's heartbroken fighting you. But then you will come down on him not being able to produce. When his heartache is prohibiting his production. And then we have the circular argument. He's not doing this. He's not doing that, this, that, and the other. Well, you don't realize he's broken. He's not even good enough for himself, let alone could he produce for you and the family. He's working and he's thinking about the fights and the arguments and what happens. He's working on some machinery and something goes wrong where he hurt himself at work thinking about you, and now he's off the job. None of this stuff is actually discussed because we're not supposed to point it out. If you point these things out and read the Bible, you're a misogynist. You hate women. No, you love women because it's not working out. It's not even working out for our sisters. This thing can't sustain itself like this. It cannot sustain itself. And in the spirit of love, these things must be mentioned. Brothers, when you are weak and you being utilized by a woman and she's moving you around through the nose ring and all that, understand under this age of hypergamy, you're only there until she finds someone she can respect. Understand that. You're only there long enough until she finds a man. Any man she can run over like that, you're temporal. Okay? She's only there long enough. You're only there to warm the bed until she finds someone she can respect. So it's upon us to get our man thing together. Not in resistance or now I'm going to be aggressive. No. Get yourself together with the Most High.
That's right.
And understand his requirements for you. Give honor to the woman as a weaker vessel. To know some of her concerns isn't just her being wicked. Understand her concerns is because you aren't fulfilling your part of the agreement. And step to the plate. But if you being led, through a nose ring and a woman is pulling you around and can say anything to you, guess what? You're only there for the moment. She's already looking for a replacement. Let's read it.
Verse number 24. Of the woman came the beginning of sin.
Read it again.
Of the woman came the beginning of sin.
Chapter and verse.
Sirach 25 and 24.
Read it.
Of the woman came the beginning of sin.
Of the woman became the beginning of sin.
And through her we all die.
And through her we all die. If you don't do something about these women and their attitudes and what's going on, they will gain an education and a doctorate and believe that they are on point, Esau will put them in front of you and do what? Let me get it here. He'll put them in front of you and they'll work as Dr. Kevorkians in our community to kill our people. What we're seeing is the end result. This is what they wanted. Folks, and it's not just here. There's instances where even in these nursing homes where they're putting people on hospices and all that and putting people down, guess who's running cover for them killing old people and all that in these old folks' homes? You will never guess who's covering for them and telling the family lies and covering for the family. It's our sisters. I know that firsthand. I'll be on the phone. I'll be discussing. And when it comes to women, elderly being rejected in the old folks' home and all that, they'll put a sister on the phone with you to tell you everything is fine. They're out of control. And no one is saying anything. It's to the point where they can get you can give them a fancy title in news media coverage, and they'll tell everyone together that they're going to set up a center to do what? To administer a poison to a whole population of black people. Those three, that's what the enemy looks like, and I don't care what color they are. Read that last piece.
Of the woman came the beginning of sin, and through her we all die.
And through her we all die. Look at our communities and what's being raised in them and what's going on there. And I know people are talking about, yeah, well, what about the man? Folks, you have to start listening to the man and asking men, what are they running from? What are they leaving? We've been hearing this stuff one-sided for a long time. But how long can you be in a house and fight against your own image? That's supposed to be a female image of you. How long do you expect that to sustain itself? Men cannot stand these homes without doing what? Abusing something. Fight's going to break out. And that's a component outside of cheating no one is talking about. The immediate thing we hear is the cheating part. We don't hear anything about any other reasons why men are saying, you know what, I'm backing up altogether. And it's upon our sisters and we got a lot of beautiful, virtuous sisters of Sarah, daughters of Zion who know what I'm saying is correct, and this doesn't apply to them. It's time for them to break silence. Because what I'm talking about is who Esau has out there representing you. Only a few more verses, and then we have to break down. We're well past the time.
Mm-hmm. If I can mention as well, you mentioned, the abuse factor.
Yeah.
And we in no way, shape, or form agree with physical abuse, but it's become almost a sin in those cases to ask the question, okay, what happened? Like, what led up to this? You can't even ask the question to try to figure out, okay, what did you do to lead up to this situation? That's a cardinal sin to even ask those questions to ensure that, hey, if it's something that you're doing that's leading to this, let's try to prevent this from happening again.
Exactly. We go straight to the police outside.
Right. And how much of a coward he is and all this.
The abuse. Oh, okay, so he came from work, he went upstairs, he dragged you downstairs and started beating you with a stick. That's what happened? And you have people that actually you have people who are cunning, who's able to talk and absolve themselves from any blame within the whole context of what happened. That's wrong. That's wrong. And like I said, people got to stop using this abuse thing loosely. That's a serious way to deflect their own blame and their actions that led into a physical altercation.
Mm.
The tongue. The tongue can be more deadly than a fist. One more verse.
Yes, sir.
Ecclesiasticus 26:1.
Ecclesiasticus 26:1. Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife.
Blessed is the man that has a what?
A virtuous wife.
That have a virtuous wife. But they are, let me tell you, these women exist. But these women are quiet because they're saying, you know what? I got my man already. But it wasn't like that growing up. Even a woman with a husband felt the responsibility to correct her girlfriends and all that, knowing that their behavior would leave them single without a man. You had women who were wives saying, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, he's a good man. I remember conversations with married women felt the responsibility to keep other relationships together. I remember those things. Now we have married women who already have a husband telling other women, you should leave that man. That's wrong. That's wrong. You got your man, but now you're going to let her be out there and fend by herself with the hell that's about to break out? Women with husbands used to give wives advice. Now, women with husbands are given single advice. Blessed is the man that have a virtuous wife.
For the number of his days shall be double.
Now, guess what, folks? And some people ask, well, when are we going to have one of these about men? Guess what? I don't have to. Life fixes men things real quick. We don't have the luxury of making a mistake and know that there's shelter for us. Life corrects men immediately. We can't go and just get a house somewhere and have a place somewhere. The pavement is where we are if we don't get it together. Life teaches us quickly.
Yeah, men don't get shoulders to cry on.
Yeah, we don't get shoulders to cry on. Woe is me. I was abused. Let me call this. Let me get this subsidy for male abuse. And life done taught us where the lines are.
You know, you got the gender identity right there. You ain't gotta worry about
what you say? I mean,
you on that pavement, your gender identity.
Listen, immediately, and guess what? That's all. That's a deflection too. We don't talk about us, we talk about the men. Nah, life teaches us. Automatically, we're used to rejection. We'll go to someone and know that, okay, I'm going to shoot my shot. And you hear that you're a good man, and she'll look at you like, well, no, you don't fit the bill. Immediately, we get rejected, and we don't feel any certain type of way. You know what? We say, you know what? It's time for us to get our business up. It's time for me to work on me, so when I do step to someone, I have it together, and it's me making the choice, not hers. We're used to all that. So life teaches men what to do. Okay? Life. Women will tell you straight out what's not accepted when it comes to a man. She'll tell you straight out, you don't tick this box, this box, this box. She'll tell you too. Okay, you a friend, you got a car, so you know I'll use you to drive around, or you can take me to the market or take me what I need. But here's the things that you don't fit the bill. Women are able to do that, and men can't. Women are able to set standards for men. Okay. So it's time that men, being men of the Most High, using this word, set the standard. And that's another point of the deflection. Is this specifically with the black race? We'll let the other races deal with the concerns in their race. Okay. Me correcting this going on in the Chinese area isn't helping, 15th and Diamond. So all that deflected and all that, this is talking about us. What we have allowed to destroy our communities.
And the question is, are we under the curse or them? So why would I be directing? Why
Huh?
would I be it's us that's under the curse. Why would I be worried about what they're doing if we're under the curse?
Who's under the curse?
You know what I'm saying? That question you said. The fact is, it's us under the curse. So why don't we focus on us?
Yeah.
So we can get out of it.
And I'm glad you brought that out. It's our people that's under the curse. So we have to focus on us who's under the curse in captivity. We have to focus on us. And it's no blame one against another. I'm just showing you after my conversations from yesterday how we have gone off the rails. Where women believe that they can publicly berate their own men and say things against their own men publicly. Even men who are on the front line spiritually and otherwise for them. So it comes a time where men are saying, you know what? We're not accepting it no more. We're not accepting it. Okay? Find some other place to try to correct something. Find some other place. Because for years, Satan and our plantation owners have used our women since slavery as buffers to keep the man from rising to prominence. And that's documented. So it's allowed because we have allowed it. That's our fault. That's our fault for allowing it. And now we're saying no more. If you want a good man, you got to accept what comes with a good man. And you know what that is? Relegating the power Esau have given to you and allow us to do what the Most High put us here for. And if you have any issues with us, deal with us like the other nations does. Respect us publicly, and you come to us one-on-one, and we discuss things together to keep the integrity of our nation intact. Now you notice I could have went into this whole thing and pointed out personally certain things that would have been offensive, and I didn't go there. You notice that. Just give us what the Most High requires, and that's submission. Let's talk about it real quick. Only a few more, Elder Lawyer. 1 Timothy 2:9. Only a few more. 1 Timothy 2:9. So no more, well, what about the men? When it's talking about you, don't be quick to react. Absorb. Because you're fixing you for you and the Most High. Regardless of what men does. 1 Timothy 2:9. Let's read it.
1 Timothy 2 verse 9. In like manner also, that women adorn themselves in modest apparel.
Modest apparel.
With shamefacedness.
With shamefacedness.
And sobriety.
And sobriety.
Not with braided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly array.
It's not about spending all the attention on your outward appearance. And not putting the equal effort into building the spiritual woman that's acceptable with the Almighty. And every man loves a beautiful woman. Or any man that's straight. So understand that all the effort you put on the outward, the exterior, but yet you're lacking building the interior, not realizing that one day that outside isn't going to hold up the same. See? But a wife is built from the inside out, not from the outside in. And so what happens if you just build the outside, the brotherly hair and all those things, and not build the inside, and that's what a wife is? As a woman gets older and no longer have that same appeal, there's a younger woman whom you used to be. Okay? If you don't have nothing on the inside, there's nothing for what? A man to begin to say, okay, since it's all about the outside anyway, let me go to the next one. And that's what men are doing, worldly men. Because women aren't building what's on the inside, but they're blaming men for leaving. When the same time you was going into the hair and the looks and making sure you're in the gym and doing all those things that men love, that you weren't spending equal time learning what it is to be a wife. You should have built both. Not for him, but for the Most High, for yourself. When a man findeth a wife, he findeth a good thing. You're making yourself right regardless of if a man is there or not. But when he findeth you, he done found a wife. And when he gets you, guess what? The sky is the limit. That's what a helpmeet is. There's nothing to stop you all from building and being that example of family the Most High intended. It's not you waiting for a man to become that. Read.
Verse number 10. But which becometh woman professing godliness with good works. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection.
Let a woman learn in silence with all subjection. That's not a woman being weak. That's not a man abusing a woman. That's a woman taking the time to digest and get the information God intended, which is beneficial for her. Come on.
Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection.
With all what?
With all subjection.
Now you notice there isn't any prerequisites on subjection. Well, I'll subject if he's this. I'll be under submission if he's that. Because why? The subjection component started with your submission to God. See? You're not asking the Most High, well, you have to be this God or be the way I want you to be in order for me to submit. So that's your practice for a husband. Read.
But I suffer not a woman to teach.
And he says he suffered not a woman to teach.
Nor to usurp authority over the man.
Because her authority is to teach the children. You weren't put here to teach me. Okay? And that's where the battle lies. We have all of our duties out of priority. You're not here to teach me how to be a better man and all this other stuff. No, God told me the man I need to be able to provide and die for you and to make sure you got a roof over your head. And I'm not going to be what Disney sold in you. That's a fairy tale. I'm not going to be the illusion that television programmed in you. That's unfair. No person can meet those standards. That's a script. See? Read that last piece again.
But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man.
Nor to usurp the authority over the man. And that's what feminism has done. To make women think that I can be what a man is and do whatever a man is. And men are saying, well, no more. Because just like this letter people thing isn't going to stop at any point, this feminist thing isn't stopping either. And at the end of it, men primarily It's the black men who have become the whipping boy for all of this. At the end of it, we're being oppressed. We're being hit without speaking out. We're being suppressed. See? So it's like, well, no, we ain't doing it no more. You're not going to be you're not going to be a mother to me. That's for the children. Okay? Okay? Whip up those vittles. We can pray together. We teach together. I mean, I'll teach you. We'll talk. You whip up those vittles, and guess what? That's right. You go upstairs and do your woman matrimonial duties. But outside of that, you're not running me. And this is what men are fighting against. Women are looking to shape men into what they want for them. When the Most High took the woman out of the man for him. Okay? Women came from us and was made to help meet our mission on earth. And that's not an attack. What I'm saying isn't berating. We're putting it back in order so that women can get what they want without resistance. This woman I'm talking about right here, help me, can get exactly what she wants without resistance. And these women I'm talking about are happier. Read.
Verse number 13. For Adam was first formed, then Eve.
Adam was first formed, then Eve.
And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression.
The woman being deceived was in the transgression. That means, you know what? That's right. Eve, our woman, the first woman, received the education that gave her what? An advantage over Adam. She's seen she had knowledge to make her wiser and as useful as he is. And this is why they've aimed the education component as a weapon and aimed it towards doing what? Incentivizing our women to go to college to get degrees. So that now they can say that they're in a position above us. See? And the Most High leveled that thing out, though. The woman was in subjection, was in the wrong. And she gave it to him. And we don't hear preachers and the pastors in the Christian church teaching this at all. They're teaching everything else. But it should be some levity here. Because the women in the church want to know why are we spiraling out of control, dying without husbands, families separated, all these things, because we are living in a society where the Christian church has said that they cannot correct women. That's why. And it's not misogynist, it's because we love them. And usually a woman is more happier living in her natural status, her natural state without competing like a man. Women want this. They don't want to be all out and trying to do all these things. I'm going to be with heels and all this stuff they saying and out there. But at home, they're crying and miserable, not having the life that they thought all of Babylon could provide with them being in the workforce. They'd rather be home, baking pies, learning recipes, reading with the children. That's a happier woman, waiting for a husband to come home. Have the food already. A woman was happier at this time. And what we're saying is, you know what? It's okay to want it again. It's okay to do it again. This is not taking away from a woman and tearing her down. This is giving her what she really wants. She was happier. Read on.
Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing.
It says a woman shall be saved in childbearing.
if they continue in faith
if they continue in faith
and charity
and charity
and holiness with sobriety.
and holiness with sobriety, a clear mind. Don't let the enemy weaponize you against us. We're not your enemy. We're the reflection of each other, male and female. And it's time that we start treating each other like that. Ephesians 5:22, read it.
Ephesians 5, verse 22.
Read it.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands,
Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands,
as unto the Lord.
as unto the Most High, as unto Christ. He's deserving of it. How do you know he's deserving of it? He have you, don't he? Don't he deserve you? He's deserving of it. Read it again.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord.
As unto the Lord. All the women are saying this stuff is weak. A woman is weak is doing that. Check out their lives. Look at them, all on TV and all that. Okay, what's that girl that was irate and all that was on the Ice Cube thing?
There was a few of them.
Yeah. Example.
Vivica
Excuse me.
Fox.
I hope that she come to the truth of the knowledge. Vivica Fox, who was one of the most, what you would call, sought after women in my generation. And now when you see her, she's bitter. And giving bad advice concerning men and all that. And that's what happens. You don't submit, you don't cash in, and by building yourself spiritually, you get older, and eventually the camera moves from you to the next. When you should have been putting something into your spirit that would make you worth being a wife, well after the exterior began to change. And you have these women bitter with men and all that, and Esau is giving them a platform to espouse that bitterness, giving bad advice to young women. Submit. What type? That's my olden days. Well, check it out, Vivica. No man, right? To your left or right. And that's the greatest prize for a woman. That's the greatest prize for a woman. To be able to say, you know what? I got a man. See? So you're bitter because what? You should have cashed in on that beauty while there was time and built the inside to do what? To reflect your outside. That's a wife. Finish reading. Read that again.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord.
As unto the Lord. Now there's women out here who understand the value of that. I've seen a lot of them in the church. I even grew up seeing women like this. So it's not all bad. It's just that the negative ones have taken precedent. The negative one has taken front stage. No more are we going to deal with this thing and make submission an evil word for women. That's what women are missing. That femininity that comes with what? Submission. That makes a man want to say, okay, don't worry about it, baby. And you sitting there, you say, oh, I burned myself. Oh, don't worry about it, honey. And you sit there patching stuff up because that vulnerable state allow you to be in your full manhood. Women understood that to drop the handkerchief and, the power in that. Instead of flexing, you put up your hands and yeah, let's go. Getting braced for hand wrestling. Understand the power of your femininity. We haven't changed much. We haven't. We're not perfect, but we haven't changed much. And you can get more, that's right, you can get more bees with honey. It's time for sisters to use that honey. And what is that? Submission. Like I said yesterday, one girl called with an unknown phone number, on and on and on, kept hanging up and just going off. And you know what? I pulled to the side. I'm like, she probably just needs to vent. And I pulled to the side and I prayed for her. I prayed for her. I'm like, listen, this is what's going on. This is what happens when a nation is broken. This is what happens. They're crying out and don't know how to say, you know what? Instead of lashing out and saying, I need help. They don't know, they can't just come and say, you know what? I need prayer. I'm broken. And it's time for all of us, men and women, to confess our faults and realize and be honest with each other and vulnerable with each other. And admit we're broken under the curse. And it's not our fault. And we shouldn't fight each other. And the only way to overcome it is each man and woman assume our original role intended by God. And I guarantee you, brothers and sisters, we'll fix this. With that, I'm going to say shalom. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up, sin not. And our love continues. For the brothers and sisters, you know our love continues. But it's time we deal with this with a serious spiritual front and root the devil out. Tomorrow in the academy, that's right, destroying Christian Daba. The key strongholds of Christian Daba, where they teach there's no difference of race in the eyes of God. We're going to tackle that. Any day can be the Sabbath. A holy day in the Bible, the holy days in the Bible are done away with, which allows pagan holidays as the standard to be worshipped. Right? All meat, it doesn't matter what it is. You can eat anything, clean or unclean, as long as you pray over it. This is what they teach in the Christian church. God pouring out his spirit upon all flesh can now allow men and women, male and female, to proclaim themselves prophets or prophetesses. We're going into that scripture tonight because that's what they're using to say it's okay for women to teach over churches. Last but not least, we're going to tackle, we're no longer under the law. We're under grace. We're going to tackle that. And of course, at the end, we're going to bring the gauntlet down with what? You got it. The immaculate deception. Destroying Christian Daba tomorrow in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Be there or be square. This is one of the better academies we've done to date. And tomorrow, folks, this is going to be a good one. It will be no different. With that, I'm going to say shalom, and we're going to end this with, that's right, brotherly love. Shalom. See you in the academy tomorrow.
Shalom.
Praise the Most High.
So much pain, life took us separate ways. Both did some hurtful things, but it's not over. You know that we both care. So can we forgive and forget? I need you here. Remember the ups and downs, the trials we've been through. See, there is no one on this earth who can replace you, my brother. grudges. You were my blood. We must forgive and love each other. No matter what life throws at us, we must keep brotherly love. Searched high and low, where did you go? Pick up your phone. Oh brother, do you hear me calling? See, I apologize. Hey. This bond will never die. Remember the ups and downs and trials we've been through. So I'll keep on darling. I'll go till I get through to you, brother. Life is too short, don't hold no grudges. No grudges, brother. We must forgive and love each other. No matter what life throws at us, we must, hey, we must keep brothers, not enemies. Let's come together for the family. Let's walk as one, forgive and let it go. We need to let it go. This distance been killing me for so long. Time that we find a way to move on. Starting today, 'cause our battles are in vain. Life is too short, don't hold no grudges. You were my blood. We must forgive and love each other. No matter what life throws at us, we still love. You know I love you. I love you, brother. Life is too short, don't hold no grudges. You know I love you, we must forgive and love each other. No matter what life throws at us, we love. We must keep love. I love you, brother.